Hi, welcome back guys. This is your Sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Masters All Nine-Tailed Beasts? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The sunset bled across Konoha's horizon, painting the Hokage monument in crimson and gold. Most villagers hurried home, their shadows stretching long behind them. But one shadow moved against the current, darting between buildings, scaling walls, and vanishing into blind spots with practiced precision. Naruto Uzumaki had long ago memorized the ANBU patrol schedules. He crouched on a roof tile, counting seconds in his head while a white-masked guard passed below. His heart thundered in his chest, but after years of pranks and escapes, his breathing remained controlled. The orange jacket he wore should have made him impossible to miss. Yet somehow the boy had developed a talent for invisibility when it mattered most. 3, 2, 1. The ANBU turned the corner, and Naruto moved. He dropped silently to a window ledge, fingers finding the hairline crack he'd discovered weeks ago. The seal protecting this particular entrance to the Hokage Tower had a flaw microscopic, but present. Naruto had no formal training in Fuinjutsu, but 12 years of being the village pariah had taught him to exploit weaknesses wherever he found them. His fingernail traced the seal's outer edge, channeling the barest whisper of chakra just enough to cause the security matrix to falter for 1.3 seconds. Naruto slipped through the window like water and landed in a darkened corridor. Too easy. The thought came with a grin that would have terrified his academy instructors. Naruto wasn't supposed to be able to do this. He wasn't supposed to be able to breach the Hokage Tower's security. He was dead last, after all the class failure, the troublemaker, the boy everyone underestimated. And that was exactly why he succeeded. What is so important that the old man keeps it locked away? Naruto whispered to himself, moving deeper into the building's restricted section. Earlier that day, he'd overheard two Chunin discussing a special DLVY to the Forbidden Archives. The way they'd hushed their voices, glancing around nervously, Naruto couldn't resist the mystery. Besides, being ignored all day left him with nothing better to do. The corridor twisted downward, spiraling beneath the tower's foundations. The air grew stale, tinged with the scent of old paper and ink. Naruto passed several sealed doors, each bearing increasingly complex security measures, until he reached a massive circular vault door emblazoned with the kanji for Forbidden. Here he hesitated. Breaking into the tower for pranks was one thing. Breaking into the Forbidden Archives was something else entirely. What if I get caught? The thought vanished as quickly as it formed. Who would care really? The old man Hokage would lecture him, maybe assign some mundane punishment. The villagers would find one more reason to glare at him. His teachers would sigh in disappointment. Nothing new. Here goes nothing, Naruto muttered. Unlike the window seal, this door's security was formidable. Dozens of interlocking barrier jutsu wove together in patterns that would have impressed even the most skilled sealing masters. Naruto studied the door for several minutes, looking for any imperfection. There was none. With a frustrated grunt, he placed his palm against the cold metal. To his shock, something inside him responded, a flare of wild, scorching chakra that ripped through his pathways before he could even gasp. Red energy leaked from his fingertips, seeping into the door's seal matrix. The chakra wasn't his. It felt ancient, malevolent, and strangely curious. The door shuddered and slowly swung inward. What the? Naruto yanked his hand back as if burned, staring at his palm in bewilderment. The surge of foreign chakra receded as quickly as it had come, leaving only a lingering warmth and the unsettling feeling that something inside him had awakened. He didn't have time to dwell on it. The open vault beckoned, and Naruto stepped inside before his courage failed him. The Forbidden Archives stretched before him, a cavernous chamber filled with shelves that reached toward a ceiling lost in shadow. Scrolls, books, and artifacts lined the walls, many sealed within their own protective barriers. The air hummed with latent power. This was knowledge deemed too dangerous for the general public. Naruto whistled softly. Jackpot. He moved through the stacks, fingertips trailing over ancient texts. Most were written in languages he couldn't comprehend or protected by seals far beyond his understanding. His excitement began to wane. What use was breaking into a treasure trove if he couldn't understand any of it? Then, in a secluded corner of the archive, something pulsed with faint light. Naruto approached cautiously. On a pedestal sat an unassuming scroll bound with 9 different colored cords, each one seemingly made from a different material. The parchment was weathered but unmarked by the passage of time, its edges glowing with a subtle radiance that shifted through 9 distinct colors. The scroll wasn't sealed or protected. It simply sat there as if waiting. Waiting for him. "This is weird," Naruto murmured, reaching for the scroll. The moment his fingers touched the parchment, the colored cords slithered away like living things, unraveling of their own accord. The scroll unfurled partially, revealing intricate patterns that seemed to move beneath the surface. Naruto's breath caught. Though he couldn't read the strange symbols, something about them felt familiar, like a half-remembered dream or an echo from another life. He leaned closer, squinting at the central design. 9 concentric circles surrounded a spiral pattern identical to the one on his stomach. "No way!" Naruto lifted his shirt, comparing the seal visible on his abdomen to the one on the scroll. They weren't just similar, they were complementary, like 2 halves of a whole. Curiosity overrode caution. He traced the spiral with his finger, following its path inward. As he reached the center, a drop of blood from where he wasn't sure fell from his fingertip onto the parchment. The world exploded. Chakra erupted from the scroll in a violent maelstrom, engulfing Naruto in streams of 9 different colors. He tried to scream, but the sound was swallowed by the roaring energy that penetrated his skin, his muscles, his very cells. Every nerve ending ignited with simultaneous pleasure and pain as the scroll's essence merged with his own. The physical world blurred, twisted, and then vanished entirely. Naruto felt himself falling not down, but inward, plummeting through layers of his own consciousness into depths he never knew existed. The sensation was terrifying and exhilarating, like diving into an endless ocean whose bottom remained forever out of reach. After what felt like eternity, he crashed into solid ground. Water splashed around him as Naruto landed on his hands and knees, gasping for breath. He blinked rapidly, trying to orient himself. He knelt in shallow water that stretched in all directions, reflecting a strange amber light that seemed to have no source. Massive pipes ran along walls and ceilings that loomed impossibly high, some leaking a familiar red chakra. "Where am I?" Naruto's voice echoed, distorted and hollow. "Inside yourself, little human." The voice, deep, gravelly, and ancient, came from everywhere and nowhere. Naruto spun around, searching for its source, only to freeze in shock at the sight before him. A colossal cage stretched from floor to ceiling, its bars thicker than ancient trees. Behind those bars, a pair of enormous crimson eyes glared down at him, filled with malice and something that might have been surprise. "The 9 tails," Naruto whispered, recognition dawning despite never having seen the creature before. A rumbling laugh shook the chamber. "So, you know what I am. But that's not all you've done, is it?" The massive fox shifted, all 9 of its tails swishing in agitation. "You've disturbed something that should have remained dormant for another century at least." Before Naruto could respond, the water beneath him surged upward, carrying him away from the 9 tails cage with impossible speed. He tumbled through a twisting network of corridors, swept along by currents he couldn't fight. The passageways widened, branching out in 8 different directions before finally depositing him into a vast circular chamber. And there, arranged in a perfect circle, stood 8 massive creatures alongside the 9 tails, who had somehow manifested outside its cage while still remaining bound by ethereal chains. 9 Bijou, the tailed beasts of legend, all staring directly at him. Naruto scrambled to his feet, water dripping from his clothes as he gaped at the impossible gathering. Each beast was unique and terrifying in its own way: a raccoon-like creature made of sand, a flaming cat with 2 tails, a 3-tailed turtle with a spiked shell, a 4-tailed gorilla wreathed in lava, a 5-tailed horse-dolphin hybrid, a massive slug with 6 tails, a horned beetle with 7 wings, and an octopus ox with 8 tentacles. Impossible! whispered the two tails, its voice feminine and crackling like fire. No human has ever brought all 9 of us together. This is no ordinary human, rumbled the 8 tails, leaning down to examine Naruto more closely. Look at his chakra signature. Naruto stood rooted to the spot as 9 pairs of ancient eyes scrutinized him. The pressure of their combined attention was suffocating, each gaze peeling back layers of his being to examine something he couldn't perceive. Ashura, hissed the one tail, its voice like sand grinding against stone. I'd recognize that chakra anywhere. Not quite, the 6 tails bubbled, its voice oddly melodic. But the resemblance is unmistakable. Would someone please tell me what's going on? Naruto finally shouted, his voice cracking with confusion and fear. Where am I? What was that scroll? How are all of you here when you're supposed to be sealed in different Jinchuriki across the nations? The 9 tails snarled, lunging against its chains only to be yanked back. We are sealed in different vessels, brat. What you're seeing is a manifestation created by that forbidden scroll, a relic from the Sage of 6 Paths himself. The scroll was a connector, explained the 5 tails more gently. It was designed to allow communication between all Bijou in times of great need. Your blood, the blood of someone with Ashura's chakra signature, activated it after centuries of dormancy. But I didn't mean to. Intentions matter little in affairs of such power, interrupted the 7 tails, its wings creating gusts that rippled the water around them. The connection has been established. Now we must decide what to do with you. Naruto swallowed hard, looking from one enormous creature to another. Despite their fearsome appearances, he sensed conflict in their expressions, curiosity battling with ancient suspicion. Do with me? What options are there? The 3 tails shifted, its single visible eye blinking slowly. 3. We could sever the connection completely, sending you back with no memory of this encounter. We could kill you, the 4 tails growled, smoke billowing from its nostrils. Breaking the connection that way would be permanent. Naruto paled but held his ground. And the third option? A moment of silence fell over the chamber, broken only by the soft lapping of water against stone. We could train you, said the 8 tails finally. What? The 9 tails' roar shook the entire mindscape, sending cracks racing across the walls. Have you lost your mind, Gyuki? Train a human? After everything they've done to us. This isn't just any human, Kurama, the 2 tails responded, using the 9 tails' true name. He carries Ashura's chakra. He may be the one the sage spoke of. The prophecy is nothing but wishful thinking. Kurama spat, tails lashing violently. Humans cannot be trusted. They seal us away, use us as weapons, treat us as nothing more than chakra batteries to be exploited. And you want to help one? The one tail cackled, sand swirling around its body. For once, I agree with the fox. This human is no different from the rest. Naruto had been quiet, trying to process the argument unfolding around him. But at this, something inside him snapped. You don't know anything about me, he shouted, his voice carrying unexpected weight in the chamber. My whole life, people have decided who I am without giving me a chance. The villagers hate me because of what's sealed inside me because of you. He jabbed a finger toward Kurama. I've been alone my entire life because of something I never asked for. To the surprise of all present, including Naruto himself, tears began streaming down his face. So don't tell me I'm just like everyone else, he continued, voice breaking. I know what it's like to be feared and hated for existing. I know what it's like to be seen as a weapon or a monster instead of a person. So if you want to kill me, go ahead. But don't pretend you know who I am when you haven't even tried to find out. The chamber fell silent. 9 pairs of ancient eyes widened. Slightly at the outburst from the small human standing defiantly before them, tears falling into the water at his feet. Finally, the 3 tails spoke, its voice gentle despite its massive size. Perhaps we should hear the child out. What is your name, young one? Naruto Uzumaki, he answered, wiping his eyes with his sleeve. And I'm going to be Hokage someday, believe it. The declaration, so incongruous with the solemnity of the moment, startled several of the Bijou into what might have been laughter. Bold words, rumbled the four tails. But what would you do with our power if we granted it to you? Would you use it to dominate others, as humans have always done? Naruto frowned, considering the question seriously. I don't want to dominate anyone. I just want people to acknowledge me, to see me for who I really am. His blue eyes flashed with sudden inspiration. Actually, that's what you all want too, isn't it? To be seen as more than just chakra monsters. The perceptiveness of this observation clearly caught the Bijou off guard. They exchanged glances, communication passing between them in ways Naruto couldn't comprehend. The boy has insight, admitted the Six Tails. Unexpected in one so young. Insight means nothing without action, countered the One Tail. Pretty words won't change centuries of mistreatment. Naruto stepped forward, water splashing around his sandals. Then let me prove it with actions. If you train me, I won't just become stronger, I'll show everyone that the Bijou aren't the monsters they think you are. I'll change how people see you, starting with Konoha. Impossible, scoffed Kurama. Human fear and hatred run too deep. Maybe for some people, Naruto conceded. But not everyone. I'll never give up, no matter how long it takes. That's my ninja way. The conviction in his voice resonated throughout the chamber, causing ripples in the water that spiraled outward from where he stood. For a brief moment, his chakra flared visibly blue, intertwined with threads of gold that seemed strangely familiar to the oldest among the Bijou. The Eight Tails Gyuki leaned down until its face was level with Naruto's. You remind me of someone from long ago. Someone who saw us as partners rather than tools. The old man, murmured the Seven Tails. He had the same eyes. Kurama growled, but with less conviction than before. This is foolishness. The boy is nothing special. Yet he stands before all 9 of us without cowering, observed the Five Tails. How many humans can claim such courage? Naruto blinked, surprised by the shift in tone. Does that mean you'll train me? Not so fast, said the Two Tails. This decision cannot be made lightly. We must vote. One by one, the Bijou cast their votes. The 8 Tails, 5 Tails, 6 Tails, 3 Tails, 2 Tails, and 7 Tails voted to train Naruto. The One Tail abstained, muttering about human unreliability. The 4 Tails voted against, citing human nature's unchangeable selfishness. All eyes turned to Kurama. The 9 Tails glared at Naruto with millennia of hatred and suspicion in its gaze. I vote no. But I appear to be outnumbered. Its massive tails lashed in frustration. Remember this moment, all of you, when the human inevitably betrays your trust. Despite Kurama's opposition, the decision was made. The Bijou would train Naruto. Before we begin, said the 3 Tails, you should understand what this means, Naruto Uzumaki. Time flows differently in this shared mindscape. What feels like months here may be only days in the physical world. You'll need to return regularly to maintain the connection, added the 6 Tails. The training will be grueling, dangerous, and unlike anything human shinobi could provide. Naruto's face split into a grin so wide it threatened to escape the confines of his face. That sounds awesome. When do we start? The 8 Tails chuckled, the sound rumbling like distant thunder. First, introductions are in order. You know Kurama, the 9 Tails. I am Gyuki, the 8 Tails. I am Chong, the 7 Tails, buzzed the beetle-like creature, its wings fluttering excitedly. Saiken, 6 Tails, bubbled the slug, producing multicolored alkaline foam that floated in the air like tiny rainbows. Kokuo, the 5 Tails, said the horse-dolphin hybrid with a respectful nod. Son Goku, the 4 Tails, growled the lava-covered ape, still clearly skeptical. Isabu, the 3 Tails, murmured the turtle, its eye reflecting ancient wisdom. Matatabi, the 2 Tails, purred the flaming cat, blue fire flickering along its form. All eyes turned to the One Tail, who seemed reluctant to introduce itself. Finally, with a hiss of displeasure, it spoke. Shaka, the 1 Tail. Don't expect me to coddle you like these fools seem ready to do. Naruto bowed deeply to each Bijou in turn, his usual brashness tempered by genuine respect. Thank you all. I promise I won't let you down. Bold words, rumbled Son Goku. We shall see if you can back them up. Suddenly, the entire mindscape shuddered violently. Cracks appeared in the air itself, and the water beneath their feet began to churn. What's happening? Naruto cried out, struggling to maintain his balance. Your physical body is being moved, explained Kokuo. Someone must have found you in the archives. The connection is unstable for now, added Gyuki. You'll need to properly activate the scroll in the physical world to stabilize it. How do I do that? Apply your blood and chakra to the central seal while focusing on all 9 of us, instructed Matatabi. But be warned, once established, this connection cannot be easily broken. The mindscape fractured further, pieces of reality crumbling away like broken glass. Wait! Naruto shouted as he felt himself being pulled back toward consciousness. There's so much I need to know. Isabu's calm voice reached him through the chaos. Return to us when you can, Naruto Uzumaki. The real training begins then. And don't tell anyone about this meeting, warned Shikaku. Not if you value your life or ours. The last thing Naruto saw before the mindscape collapsed entirely was Kurama's massive form. Those blood-red eyes narrowed in what might have been contemplation rather than pure hatred. Then, darkness. Naruto, can you hear me? The voice pierced through the fog enveloping Naruto's mind. His eyelids felt impossibly heavy, but he forced them open, blinking rapidly at the sudden brightness. The third Hokage's concerned face hovered above him, lined with worry. Old man? Naruto croaked. His throat inexplicably dry. What happened? Relief washed over the Hokage's features. That's what I was going to ask you, young man. What were you doing in the Forbidden Archives? Memory crashed back like a tidal wave. The scroll. The bijou. The pact. Naruto sat bolt upright, nearly colliding with the Hokage's forehead. I was just exploring, he blurted out, remembering Shikaku's warning. I got curious about what was down there, and then I felt dizzy, and now I'm here. The Hokage's eyes narrowed slightly. After decades as a shinobi, he could spot a lie from across the village. But instead of pressing further, he simply sighed. Naruto, those archives are forbidden for a reason. Many of the artifacts stored there are dangerous, even deadly. He placed a weathered hand on the boy's shoulder. Promise me you won't go back there without permission. Guilt squirmed in Naruto's stomach. He hated lying to the old man who had always been kind to him. But the memory of 9 pairs of ancient eyes staring at him, the weight of their expectations and potential training that was too important to risk. I promise, Naruto said, crossing his fingers behind his back in the universal children's sign for a non-binding oath. The third seemed satisfied, helping Naruto to his feet. You've been unconscious for nearly 6 hours. I was beginning to worry we'd need to take you to the hospital. 6 hours? Naruto's mind raced. His conversation with the bijou had felt like mere minutes. If what they said about time flowing differently was true. Wow, that long? I must have hit my head or something. Naruto forced a laugh, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Sorry for the trouble, old man. Just be more careful in the future, the Hokage said, his voice stern but eyes kind. Now it's late. You should head home and get some rest. Naruto nodded, allowing himself to be escorted out of the Hokage tower. His mind was far away, already planning how to sneak back and retrieve the scroll. He needed to stabilize the connection, to return to that strange mindscape where 9 incredible teachers awaited him. The night air was cool against his face as he stepped outside, the stars twinkling above Konoha like distant promises. For the first time in his life, Naruto felt a sense of purpose beyond his dream of becoming Hokage. The bijou had recognized something in him, something special, something worth nurturing. He wouldn't let them down. As he walked home through empty streets, Naruto felt a strange warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with the sealed 9 tails. It was the warmth of connection, of being chosen for something greater than himself. Tomorrow he would return to the academy, pretending nothing had changed. But everything had changed. Inside him lived not just one bijou, but a connection to all 9, a secret that would reshape his destiny and perhaps the entire shinobi world. Naruto grinned up at the moon, an expression that combined his usual mischief with newfound determination. "Just you wait," he whispered to the night. "I'll show all of you what Naruto Uzumaki can do." Deep within him, in a chamber of his mind now momentarily quiet, 9 pairs of ancient eyes watched and waited for his return. The next day crawled by with excruciating slowness. Naruto sat at his desk in the academy, fidgeting more than usual as Iruka-sensei lectured about chakra control, a topic that suddenly seemed far more relevant than ever before. "Naruto, are you paying attention?" Iruka's voice cut through his daydreaming. "Oh yeah, totally, Iruka-sensei." Naruto plastered on his most convincing grin. Iruka sighed. "Then perhaps you'd like to explain the difference between shape transformation and nature transformation?" Naruto opened his mouth to deliver his usual clueless response, but something stopped him. In the brief connection with the bijou, fragments of knowledge had transferred whispers of understanding he'd never possessed before. Shape transformation is changing the form of your chakra, like making it spiral for the Rasengan, he found himself saying. Nature transformation is changing the type of chakra, like turning it into fire or water or whatever. The classroom fell silent. Iruka stared at him, mouth slightly agape. "That's correct, Naruto." Suspicion crept into his teacher's voice. "Very detailed, in fact. Especially considering we haven't covered the Rasengan in class." Naruto mentally kicked himself. The knowledge had slipped out before he could filter it. "I read it somewhere. In a book." The claim was so outlandish that several students burst into laughter. "Naruto reading a book?" "Yeah, right." Kiba howled, slapping his desk. "As if he could understand it even if he did," Sasuke muttered from his corner. The mockery stung, but Naruto forced himself to laugh along. Better they think him a liar than discover the truth. Still, he noticed Iruka watching him with heightened interest for the remainder of the class, those experienced Chunin eyes missing nothing. When the final bell rang, Naruto bolted from his seat, racing for the door before anyone could corner him with questions. He had more important things to do, namely, finding a way back into the Forbidden Archives. The afternoon sun cast long shadows as Naruto circled the Hokage Tower, carefully observing the ANBU patrol patterns. Security had been tightened since his previous intrusion, a fact that both frustrated and flattered him. But where others saw impenetrable defenses, Naruto saw challenges to overcome. It took 3 hours of patient observation before he spotted his opportunity. A momentary gap in the patrol rotation, lasting no more than 15 seconds. It would be enough. Naruto moved like a shadow, his small form blending with the gathering dusk as he slipped through the same window as before. This time, however, his destination was clear and his purpose focused. The corridors seemed to recognize him, guiding his steps toward the massive vault door. To his surprise, it opened at his approach, responding to some invisible signal, perhaps the lingering connection established by the scroll. The Forbidden Archives welcomed him like an old friend, the massive chamber exactly as he had left it. And there, still on its pedestal, sat the 9-corded scroll. Naruto approached reverently, understanding now the power it contained. The scroll no longer seemed ordinary, its parchment glowed with subtle energy, the 9 colored cords twisting and untwisting of their own accord as if alive. "Here goes everything," Naruto whispered. He bit his thumb hard enough to draw blood, then pressed it to the central spiral while channeling his chakra, not the wild, unfocused energy he usually produced, but a careful stream guided by newfound instinct. Kurama, Gyuki, Chome, Saiken, Kokuo, Son Goku, Isabu, Matatabi, Shika. He intoned, reciting the names in order from 9 tails to 1. "I seek your wisdom, your power, your partnership." The scroll drank his blood eagerly, the crimson liquid tracing patterns across its surface before vanishing completely. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, everything happened at once. The scroll burst into blinding light, 9 distinct colors spiraling upward to envelop Naruto in a cocoon of pure chakra. Unlike the violent reaction before, this energy moved with purpose, seeping into his body through every pore with gentle persistence. Naruto felt no pain this time, only a profound sense of connection as bridges formed between his consciousness and 9 others. The physical world faded around him, replaced by the now familiar mindscape of endless water and towering pipes. But something had changed. The chamber was no longer dark and foreboding, but illuminated by soft light that seemed to come from the water itself. The massive cage that had held Kurama was still present, but the other 8 Bijou now had their own spaces, distinct territories reflecting their unique natures. Shikaka resided in an expanse of desert that somehow existed alongside the water. Matatabi lounged in a region of blue flames that burned without consuming. Isabo floated in a deeper pool surrounded by coral formations. Son Goku stood upon a volcanic island of his own making. Kokuo galloped across misty plains that stretched impossibly far. Saiken bubbled happily in a pool of alkaline liquid. Chomei hovered above a flowering meadow that shouldn't exist underground. Gyuki rested in an oceanic trench, tentacles lazily drifting in unseen currents. And at the center of it all stood Kurama, still caged but somehow less constrained, those massive tails swishing in irritation as Naruto appeared before them. "You actually came back," the 9 tails growled. "Foolish boy." "I made a promise," Naruto replied simply, standing taller than before. "And I never go back on my word." Gyuki rumbled approvingly. "The connection is stable now. We can begin your training in earnest." "How long can I stay this time?" Naruto asked eagerly. "Time flows differently here, as we mentioned," Matatabi explained, stretching lazily. "What might feel like months to you will pass as mere days in the physical world. But be warned," added Isabo, his voice like waves against shore, "your body remains in the archives while your consciousness is here. You must return periodically to maintain your physical form." Naruto nodded seriously. "I understand. So, what's first? Super awesome jutsu? Tailed beast transformations? Destructive chakra bombs?" Son Goku snorted, sending small gouts of lava spattering around him. Typical human, wanting power before understanding. "Your first lesson," said Kokuo gently, "will be about us. Who we are. What we are. Our history, and the history of those who came before you." Naruto's enthusiasm dimmed slightly. "History? That sounds like academy stuff. Without this foundation," Saiken bubbled, "you cannot hope to wield our powers effectively. Knowledge before action, little human." "The slug is right," Shikaka hissed, sand shifting restlessly around its massive form. "As much as I despise admitting it, you must understand what you're connecting with before attempting to use our chakra." Komiai's wings buzzed in what might have been excitement. "Besides, our history is far more interesting than what those human teachers have told you." Curiosity piqued, Naruto sat cross-legged on the water's surface. "All right then. I'm listening." Gyuki nodded approvingly. "We begin at the beginning with the Sage of 6 Paths and the 10 Tails from which we all came." As the 8 tails spoke, the mindscape around them transformed, illusions taking shape to illustrate the tale. Naruto watched, wide-eyed, as the history of the Bijou unfolded before him, their creation, their dispersal throughout the world, their subsequent capture and imprisonment by humans who feared their power. Hours stretched into days as each Bijou contributed to the narrative, sharing perspectives and experiences spanning centuries. Naruto listened with unexpected attentiveness, absorbing information that no living human possessed: the true nature of chakra, the origins of the shinobi world, the cycles of hatred that had shaped current conflicts. Throughout it all, Kurama remained silent, watching from his cage with inscrutable eyes. When the historical lessons finally concluded, Naruto sat in stunned silence, processing revelations that challenged everything he thought he knew about the world. "That's not what they teach us at the academy," he said finally. "Of course not," scoffed Son Goku. "Humans write history to glorify themselves and demonize what they fear." "Which is why our first practical lesson," interjected Matatabi, "will be about perception and reality. How to see beneath deception." Naruto perked up. "Is that a cool jutsu?" "In a manner of speaking," Isabo said mysteriously. "We will teach you to sense chakra in all its forms, to see the world as we see it." Each of us perceives chakra differently, explained Kokuo. Together, we can show you aspects of reality that remain hidden to most humans. Saiken approached, bubbling excitedly. I'll begin this lesson. My specialty is sensing changes in chemical composition and energy transformations. For what felt like weeks, Naruto trained under Saiken's guidance, learning to sense the subtle chemical changes in his surroundings. The Six Tails lessons were unlike anything taught at the academy, focusing not on hand signs or chakra molding, but on expanding awareness beyond human limitations. Feel the alkaline resonance, Saiken instructed, releasing bubbles that drifted through the mindscape. Each substance has its own signature, its own song in the language of molecules. Naruto strained, eyes closed in concentration. At first, he sensed nothing but his own frustration. But gradually, impossibly, new perceptions began to unfold, subtle variations in the water beneath him, distinctions between elements that should have been indistinguishable to human senses. I think I feel something, Naruto exclaimed, opening his eyes wide. Different vibrations from different things. Saiken's gelatinous body quivered with approval. Excellent. Now, try to identify the composition of this. A bubble floated toward Naruto, landing on his outstretched palm. To his amazement, he could sense its structure, a complex arrangement of elements that registered as both caustic and healing. Medicinal? Like an antidote to poison? Precisely. Saiken's voice bubbled with pleasure. You learn quickly for a human. Pride swelled in Naruto's chest, an unfamiliar but welcome sensation. How long had he waited for someone, anyone, to acknowledge his efforts? Now he had not one but 9 teachers, each ancient and powerful beyond imagining. Well, 8 teachers. Kurama still refused to participate. When Saiken's lessons concluded, Matatabi took over, teaching Naruto to sense heat and energy fluctuations with feline precision. After the 2 tails came Isabu, whose lessons on water manipulation and pressure sensitivity left Naruto gasping and drenched but grinning with accomplishment. Each Biju's training methods reflected their nature. Son Goku was harsh and unforgiving, pushing Naruto to his mental limits. Kokuo was patient and methodical, breaking complex concepts into manageable pieces. Gyuki approached training like a puzzle to be solved, encouraging Naruto to find his own solutions rather than providing answers. Chomei taught with boundless enthusiasm, making even the most difficult lessons feel like exciting games. Shikaku's training was erratic and sometimes seemed designed to fail, but when Naruto succeeded anyway, the Tanuki's grudging acknowledgement felt especially rewarding. Throughout it all, Kurama watched from his cage, crimson eyes tracking Naruto's progress with what might have been curiosity beneath the ever-present malice. Time flowed strangely in the mindscape. What felt like months of intensive training to Naruto translated to just over 2 days in the physical world. He learned to shift his consciousness back and forth, maintaining his physical body while continuing his education with the Biju. On what felt like the 100th day of training, Naruto collapsed onto the water's surface, mentally exhausted after a particularly grueling session with Son Goku on lava recognition patterns. I never knew sensing could be so hard, he groaned, sprawled out like a starfish. When do we get to the cool jutsu part? You humans, Son Goku rumbled disapprovingly. Always fixated on flashy techniques without understanding their foundations. But I've been training forever, and I haven't learned a single new jutsu. Isabu's gentle voice cut through Naruto's complaint. What you're learning now is far more valuable than any technique. These sensory skills will form the basis for everything that follows. Besides, added Gyuki, you've already begun to change. Have you not noticed? Naruto blinked, sitting up. Changed how? Your chakra pathways are adapting, explained Kokuo. Becoming more efficient, more receptive to our influence. Matatabi nodded, blue flames flickering. Soon you'll be able to channel aspects of our power into the physical world, but only if these foundational skills are mastered first. Really? Naruto perked up immediately. How soon is soon? That depends entirely on you, said Chomei, wings creating gentle breezes. on your dedication, your focus, and your willingness to understand rather than simply acquire. Naruto considered this uncharacteristically thoughtful. The old Naruto would have whined and demanded shortcuts. But his time with the Bijou had already begun to reshape him in subtle ways, teaching patience where there had been only impulsiveness, fostering curiosity where there had been mere desire for recognition. "Okay," he said finally. "I'll keep going with the sensing stuff. But it better lead to something awesome." Saiken bubbled with amusement. "Oh, it will, little human. It will." The training continued, days blending into weeks in the mindscape while mere hours passed outside. Naruto learned to distinguish between different types of chakra, to sense emotions through energy fluctuations, to detect lies by the subtle changes in a speaker's chakra flow. Each lesson built upon the last, creating a foundation of awareness unlike anything taught to human shinobi. And then one day, something changed. Naruto was practicing with Shikaku, attempting to sense the boundaries between solid matter and the spaces between the Tanuki's specialty when he felt a strange tugging sensation at the edge of his awareness. "Someone's coming," he said suddenly, opening his eyes. "In the physical world. They're approaching my body." Shikaku's sand swirled in agitation. "Your sensory range has extended into your physical form. Impressive, but inconvenient. You must return immediately." "But we're in the middle of—" "Go," urged Yuki. "If someone discovers your condition, all our work could be jeopardized." Naruto nodded, closing his eyes and focusing on the sensation of his physical body, a technique Isabu had taught him for transitioning between states of consciousness. The mindscape began to fade around him, the Bijou's massive forms blurring as reality reasserted itself. "Remember," Matatabi's voice echoed as he departed, "tell no one what you've learned." "Not yet." "Return when you can," added Kokuo. "We have much more to teach you." The last thing Naruto heard before his consciousness fully returned to his body was Kurama's low growl. "Don't die, brat. Your death would be inconvenient for me." Coming from the Nine Tails, it was practically a declaration of friendship. Naruto's eyes snapped open in the physical world. He lay exactly where he had left himself, slumped against the pedestal in the Forbidden Archives, the nine-corded scroll clutched to his chest. But now he sensed what his enhanced awareness had detected: approaching footsteps, 2 sets, moving with the deliberate silence of trained shinobi. NBU on patrol. Naruto scrambled to his feet, hastily rewrapping the scroll with its 9 colored cords. He couldn't risk being caught with it again, not after the Hokage's warning. But neither could he leave it behind. The connection it facilitated with the Bijou was too precious to abandon. The footsteps grew closer. Naruto glanced around desperately, seeking escape. The main entrance was blocked by the approaching guards. The ventilations were too small for even his diminutive frame. Then he sensed a fluctuation in the archive's security barrier, a momentary weakness that his newly enhanced perception could detect. Without questioning how he knew, Naruto moved to a seemingly solid wall and pressed his palm against a specific point. The stone rippled like water, revealing a hidden passage barely large enough for a child to squeeze through. "Thank you, Saiken," Naruto whispered, recognizing the Six Tails lesson on molecular composition that had allowed him to perceive the hidden exit. He slipped through the opening just as the archive door swung open, revealing 2 masked ANBUs scanning the chamber with practiced efficiency. The passage was dark and confining, forcing Naruto to crawl on hands and knees with the scroll tucked under his arm. Cobwebs clung to his hair and clothing as he navigated by touch and his newfound senses, following the tunnel's twisting path through the Hokage Tower's forgotten spaces. After what felt like hours but was likely only minutes, Naruto emerged behind a loose stone in an alleyway several blocks from the tower. The night air felt crisp against his skin as he carefully replaced the stone and dusted himself off, tucking the scroll securely inside his jacket. "That was close," he muttered, glancing around to ensure no one had witnessed his unconventional exit. The street was deserted, civilians long since retired to their homes and most shinobi occupied with their own affairs. Naruto made his way toward his apartment, mind racing with everything he had learned during his time with the Bijou. The sensory training alone had already transformed his perception of the world around him. Where once he had seen only the surface of things, now he perceived layers of reality, the chakra flowing through living beings, the subtle energies permeating seemingly inanimate objects, the invisible currents that connected all things. It was both exhilarating and overwhelming. As he rounded a corner, Naruto froze. His enhanced senses detected a familiar chakra signature ahead, cold, controlled, and unmistakable. Sasuke Uchiha. The last person Naruto wanted to encounter right now. Sasuke's perceptiveness made him dangerous, especially when Naruto was still learning to control his new abilities. But there was no avoiding him. The Uchiha stood directly in Naruto's path, hands in pockets, dark eyes narrowed in suspicious appraisal. Out a bit late, aren't you, loser? Sasuke's voice carried its usual derision, but Naruto sensed something else beneath it, genuine curiosity tinged with wariness. Could say the same to you, Naruto countered, trying to act normal despite the forbidden scroll pressed against his ribs and the lingering awareness of 9 ancient beings watching through his eyes. What are you doing here? Training. The single word contained volumes of unspoken meaning, the relentless drive that pushed Sasuke to exhaust himself daily in pursuit of power. You smell like dust and old paper. Breaking into libraries now? Didn't know you could read. The jab was typical Sasuke, but the observation was uncomfortably accurate. Naruto forced a laugh, scratching the back of his head in his habitual gesture of feigned embarrassment. Just exploring. You know me, always getting into places I shouldn't be. HN. Sasuke's eyes narrowed further. You're acting stranger than usual. And yesterday in class, that answer about chakra transformation. Where did that come from? Naruto swallowed hard. Sasuke was too perceptive, too suspicious. The training with the Bijou had taught Naruto to recognize the subtle signs of someone piecing together information, the slight tension around Sasuke's eyes, the careful neutrality of his posture designed to appear casual while ready for anything. Just got lucky, I guess. Even I get things right sometimes, believe it. The forced enthusiasm fell flat. Naruto could sense Sasuke's disbelief as clearly as if it were a visible aura around him. You're hiding something, Sasuke stated, no question in his tone. Something happened to you recently. Something that changed you. For a brief, insane moment, Naruto considered telling him everything about the scroll, the Bijou, the training. Wouldn't it be a relief to share this incredible secret with someone? And Sasuke, for all his flaws, could keep a secret. But Matatabi's warning echoed in his mind. Tell no one what you've learned. Not yet. Just trying to get better, that's all, Naruto said, injecting sincerity into his voice. I'm tired of being the dead last. Is that so hard to believe? Something flickered in Sasuke's expression, a momentary softening that might have been understanding. After all, who understood the drive to improve more than Sasuke Uchiha? Just don't get in my way, Sasuke said finally, stepping aside to let Naruto pass. Whatever you're doing. Naruto nodded, relief washing over him as he moved past his rival and classmate. He had nearly reached the end of the street when Sasuke called after him. Naruto. He turned, tensing. Yeah. Sasuke's expression was unreadable in the moonlight. If you ever want a real training partner, I could use the practice. The offer stunned Naruto into momentary silence. Was this Sasuke's version of an olive branch? An acknowledgement that perhaps Naruto wasn't the complete failure everyone assumed? I'll think about it, Naruto replied, unable to keep a small, genuine smile from his face. See you at the academy, Sasuke. With that, he continued toward his apartment, mind buzzing with the day's events. The encounter with Sasuke had been unexpected but not entirely unwelcome. Perhaps having a training partner in the physical world would help him apply what he was learning in the mindscape. But that was a consideration for another day. Right now, his priority was securing the scroll and returning to his training as soon as possible. Naruto's apartment was exactly as he had left it, small, cluttered, and painfully empty of any presence but his own. He carefully placed the scroll under a loose floorboard beneath his bed, adding a few drops of blood to the hiding place to create a rudimentary but effective seal, another trick gleaned from his time with the Bijou. Tomorrow would bring another day at the academy, Another opportunity to put his growing skills to subtle use while maintaining his facade of the class clown. But tonight, he would return to the mindscape, to his 8, and potentially 9, if Kurama ever relented, teachers and the knowledge they offered. Naruto settled onto his bed, assuming a meditation pose Kokuo had taught him. His breathing slowed, consciousness turning inward, seeking the connection that now felt as natural as his own heartbeat. The world faded around him, replaced by the familiar expanse of water and pipelined walls. The bijou awaited, their massive forms arranged in their customary circle. "Welcome back, Naruto Uzumaki," rumbled Gyuki. "Are you ready to continue your training?" Naruto grinned up at the 8-tailed ox-octopus, determination burning in his eyes. "You bet I am. What's next?" "Next," said Matatabi, blue flames flickering with anticipation, "we begin your true transformation." Days turned to weeks in the physical world as Naruto maintained his precarious balance between two lives. By day, he attended the academy, carefully modulating his performance to show improvement without raising too many eyebrows. By night, he trained with the bijou, his consciousness dwelling in the mindscape while his body rested. The changes were subtle at first: increased stamina, sharper reflexes, improved chakra control. Nothing that couldn't be attributed to dedicated practice. But as time passed, the transformations became more pronounced and harder to conceal. "Naruto, demonstrate the clone jutsu for the class," Irika instructed one afternoon, his expression revealing his expectation of failure. The technique had always been Naruto's worst. Naruto formed the hand seals, deliberately allowing his chakra to flow with slightly less precision than he was now capable of. 3 clones appeared beside him, not perfect, but functional enough to pass inspection. The classroom fell silent. Even Irika seemed momentarily speechless. "That's a significant improvement, Naruto," the teacher said finally, genuine pride warming his voice. "You've been practicing." Naruto beamed, the praise striking deeper than he would have expected. "Thanks, Irika-sensei. I've been working hard, believe it." For once, it wasn't a lie. He had been working harder than anyone could possibly imagine. His nights in the mindscape had stretched into subjective years of intensive training, compressed into mere months of physical time. Under Shikaku's tutelage, he had learned to sense and manipulate granular substances like sand and dust, a skill that proved surprisingly useful for subtle tasks requiring fine control. Matatabi had taught him to enhance his agility and perceive heat signatures, allowing him to move with feline grace when he chose to. Isabu's lessons in water manipulation and defensive techniques had transformed Naruto's formerly reckless approach to combat into something more measured and sustainable. Son Goku, for all his initial reluctance, had proven an exacting teacher of endurance and raw power, pushing Naruto's limits until they broke and reformed stronger than before. Kokuo had focused on healing and steam release, teaching Naruto to recover from injuries that would have previously incapacitated him. Saiken's expertise in acids and alkalines had given Naruto an understanding of chemical processes that would have shocked any academy instructor with its depth. Chomei had shared the joy of aerial awareness and scale powder techniques, allowing Naruto to develop a 3-dimensional fighting style unprecedented among human shinobi. And Gyuki had tied it all together with tactical analysis and battlefield strategy, transforming Naruto's formerly chaotic approach into something truly formidable. Only Kurama had remained aloof, watching from his cage with those burning crimson eyes, occasionally offering caustic commentary but no direct instruction. Until the night everything changed. Naruto had been training with Chomei, practicing a particularly difficult maneuver involving scale powder distraction followed by rapid positional shifts, when a massive wave of chakra knocked him off his feet. He splashed into the mindscape's water, sputtering in surprise as he looked up to see Kurama's enormous paw pressed against the bars of his cage. "Enough of this nonsense," the Nine-Tails growled, voice reverberating through the chamber. "If the brat is going to learn, he should learn properly." The other bijou fell silent, clearly as shocked as Naruto by this unexpected intervention. "Want to train me too?" Naruto asked, scrambling to his feet. Kurama's massive teeth gleamed in what might have been a smile or a threat with the Nine-Tails. The distinction was often academic. I want to ensure you don't embarrass yourself and by extension, me with these half measures my siblings call training. The massive fox glared at the other bijou. They've been coddling you. Coddling? Naruto exclaimed, genuinely offended. Do you have any idea how hard they've been pushing me? Hard by human standards, perhaps, Kurama conceded with contemptuous amusement. But you're not just human anymore, are you? Not with our chakra flowing through your pathways, reshaping your very being. This gave Naruto pause. It was true he had noticed changes beyond the new skills and abilities. His senses had sharpened dramatically. His chakra reserves, already unusually large, had expanded exponentially. Even his physical endurance had increased to levels that would have been impossible for a normal 12-year-old. What do you mean, not just human? He asked warily. The other bijou exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. Finally, Gyuki spoke. What Kurama means, Naruto, is that prolonged exposure to all 9 bijou chakra signatures is unprecedented. No Jinchuriki in history has ever contained or channeled more than one bijou's power. The changes to your chakra network are significant, added Kokuo gently. We've been monitoring them carefully, ensuring they remain beneficial rather than harmful. But the full extent of these changes remains unknown, Isabu concluded, his single eye blinking slowly. You are becoming something new, neither fully human nor bijou, but a bridge between worlds. Naruto absorbed this information, emotions warring on his expressive face: excitement, apprehension, wonder, and finally, determination. Good, he said firmly. If I'm going to change how people see the bijou, being a bridge sounds perfect. Kurama made a sound suspiciously like a snort. Idealistic fool. But if you're determined to pursue this path, you should at least do it properly. One massive claw extended through the bars, pointing directly at Naruto. My training begins now. And unlike my soft-hearted siblings, I will not accept anything less than perfection. The challenge in those ancient eyes was unmistakable. Naruto met the Nine-Tails' gaze without flinching, a slow grin spreading across his face. Bring it on, Fuzzy. I can take whatever you dish out. For the briefest moment, something like respect flickered in Kurama's crimson eyes. Then it was gone, replaced by sadistic anticipation. We shall see, little human. We shall see. As dawn broke over Konoha, painting the Hokage monument in soft gold, Naruto opened his eyes in the physical world. His body felt different, stronger, more responsive, thrumming with power that both was and wasn't his own. Kurama's first training session had been brutal beyond imagination, pushing Naruto to mental and spiritual limits he hadn't known existed. The Nine-Tails had forced him to confront his deepest fears, his most profound weaknesses, stripping away the bravado to reveal the frightened, lonely child beneath. And then, remarkably, had shown him how to transform that fear and loneliness into strength. It had been the most painful and most valuable lesson yet. Naruto rose from his bed, moving to the small mirror hanging on his wall. The face that looked back at him was subtly changed, his whisker marks slightly more pronounced, his blue eyes occasionally flashing with hints of 9 different colors when the light caught them just right. He was still Naruto Uzumaki, still the orange-clad troublemaker of Konoha. But he was also something more. The 9-corded scroll remained hidden beneath his floorboard, its purpose now fulfilled. The connection it had established was permanent, a bridge between Naruto's consciousness and the 9 ancient beings who had, against all odds, become his teachers, his partners, and perhaps someday his friends. Including, just maybe, a certain 9-tailed fox. Naruto grinned at his reflection, adjusting his headband with newfound confidence. Look out, world, he whispered. Naruto Uzumaki is just getting started. Believe it. Deep within him, 9 pairs of ancient eyes watched, some with hope, some with skepticism, one with grudging curiosity as their unlikely student prepared to step out into a world that would never be the same. The forbidden seal had changed everything. And this was only the beginning. Morning light filtered through tattered curtains, casting golden patterns across Naruto's sleeping form. His chest rose and fell in a rhythm too measured for natural sleep, a meditation technique taught by Kokuo, allowing his body to rest while his consciousness trained in the mindscape. The alarm clock beside his bed shrieked, shattering his concentration. Naruto's eyes snapped open, momentarily flashing with rings of color before settling back to their natural blue. He silenced the clock with a precision that would have shocked anyone who knew his typically clumsy morning routine. "Already?" he groaned, stretching muscles that felt strangely disconnected, a side effect of spending subjective weeks in the mindscape while his physical body rested for only 8 hours. The dissonance was disorienting, like trying to reconcile two different lifetimes occupying the same person. Time flows differently in the shared consciousness, Gyuki had explained during their last session. What feels like months to you may pass as mere days in the physical world. The Eight Tails hadn't exaggerated. Naruto had experienced nearly 6 months of intensive training in the 3 weeks since discovering the Forbidden Scroll. His mind had absorbed years of knowledge while his body remained that of a 12-year-old academy student. Naruto rolled out of bed, landing in a silent crouch that would have impressed even the most seasoned Enbu. Such movements came naturally now, his body integrating the muscle memory developed in mindscape training even though his physical muscles hadn't performed the actual repetitions. "Weird," he muttered, straightening up and glancing at the calendar on his wall. Academy graduation exam is next week. The realization brought both excitement and apprehension. On one hand, Naruto was more than ready to become a genin, his skills now far exceeded what the academy tested for. On the other hand, increased scrutiny from jonin instructors would make concealing his true abilities much more challenging. "Don't get ahead of yourself," Naruto reminded himself, echoing Isabu's frequent advice. One day at a time. He prepared for the day with uncharacteristic efficiency, his movements economical and purposeful. The chaotic whirlwind that once defined Naruto Uzumaki had been tempered into something more controlled though no less determined. As he pulled on his orange jacket, a voice rumbled through his consciousness. "You're still wearing that eyesore?" Kurama's disdain dripped from every syllable. Naruto grinned. The Nine Tails had begun communicating with him outside the mindscape, a development that both surprised and pleased him, though he'd never admit the latter to the fox. "Gotta maintain appearances," Naruto replied mentally. "Besides, orange is awesome. It screams, 'Kill me,' to every enemy within 5 kilometers. Good thing I can sense them coming from 10 kilometers away now, huh?" The fox's growl held a note of reluctant amusement. In the weeks since agreeing to train Naruto, Kurama had maintained his abrasive demeanor, but the genuine malice had gradually diminished. The Nine Tails would never be friendly. Centuries of hatred and imprisonment had seen to that, but something like grudging respect had begun to form between jailer and prisoner. Naruto grabbed a quick breakfast, his enhanced metabolism demanding more fuel than before. Another change: he'd needed to adapt to his body now processed energy differently, requiring nearly twice the calories of a normal child his age. As he headed for the door, he paused, hand hovering over the secret compartment beneath his floorboard where the 9-corded scroll remained hidden. The urge to check on it arose every morning, a compulsive need to verify that his connection to the bijou wasn't some elaborate dream. "The scroll is secure," Kurama said, sensing his hesitation. "No one has entered your dwelling." "Thanks," Naruto replied, still marveling at how casually he now conversed with the being that had terrorized Konoha 12 years earlier. "Keep an eye on things while I'm at the academy?" "As if I have a choice," the fox grumbled. "I'm trapped inside you, remember?" "Yeah. Just try not to distract me during shuriken practice this time. Irika-sensei already thinks something's weird after I hit 9 bullseyes in a row." Kurama's response was a dismissive snort before his presence receded to the background of Naruto's consciousness. The Nine Tails could observe through Naruto's senses but had agreed to remain quiet during academy hours unless absolutely necessary. The morning air felt crisp against Naruto's face as he leapt from his apartment balcony, landing in the street below with barely a sound. He could have taken the stairs, but the temptation to test his enhanced physical abilities was too strong to resist when no one was watching. Besides, the rush of wind, the perfect calculation of trajectory, the seamless absorption of impact, it all felt too good to be natural. Yet it was becoming his new normal. "This is gonna be another long day of pretending to be normal," Naruto muttered to himself as he set off toward the academy. Naruto, pay attention. Iruka's sharp voice snapped Naruto out of his meditative state. He'd been practicing a technique Shikaku had taught him, extending his awareness into the mineral composition of the classroom walls while appearing to daydream. Sorry, Iruka-sensei. Naruto plastered on his trademark grin, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. What was the question again? Iruka sighed, his expression a familiar mixture of exasperation and concern. I asked you to explain the principle behind chakra molding. Since you've shown such improvement lately, I thought you might be able to answer. Several students snickered, expecting Naruto's usual clueless response. Their laughter died quickly when he straightened in his seat, eyes focusing with unusual clarity. Chakra molding is the process of drawing out physical and spiritual energy and combining them into usable chakra, Naruto began, carefully moderating his response to show improvement without revealing too much. The balance between physical and spiritual energy determines the nature and potency of the jutsu performed. Iruka blinked, momentarily speechless. Even Sasuke glanced over with narrowed eyes. That's correct, Naruto, Iruka said, unable to hide his surprise. Very concise explanation. Naruto shrugged, trying to downplay his knowledge. I've been studying, you know. Clearly. Iruka's expression softened into something like pride before he turned back to the blackboard. Now, as I was saying about elemental affinities. Naruto allowed himself to relax slightly, but he could feel Sasuke's gaze lingering on him. The last Uchiha had been watching him more closely since their nighttime encounter, observing Naruto's gradually improving performance with increasing suspicion. The Uchiha brat is suspicious, Kurama noted, breaking his promise of silence. His eyes miss nothing. I know, Naruto replied mentally. But what am I supposed to do? Deliberately fail everything? Perhaps. Until you're ready to reveal your true capabilities, mediocrity is your best disguise. The suggestion irritated Naruto more than he cared to admit. After years of genuine struggle and failure, he'd finally gained skills worthy of recognition only to find himself hiding them for fear of raising questions he couldn't answer. When lunch break arrived, Naruto escaped to his favorite spot on the academy roof, away from curious eyes and probing questions. He unwrapped his bento, another recent change in his routine, having learned from Saiken about proper nutrition and settled against the railing. Eating alone again, loser? Naruto didn't need to look up to know who had followed him. What do you want, Sasuke? The Uchiha prodigy stood with hands in his pockets, dark eyes scrutinizing Naruto with unsettling intensity. You've been different lately. People change. Naruto shrugged, taking a bite of rice. Not without reason. Sasuke moved closer, leaning against the railing. Your chakra control has improved. Your taijutsu form is cleaner. You answer questions correctly. Even your handwriting is better. Maybe I got tired of being dead last. Naruto met Sasuke's gaze evenly, a challenge in his blue eyes. Is it so hard to believe I might actually be trying for once? Something flickered across Sasuke's face, a moment of genuine curiosity breaking through his usual mask of indifference. No one improves that much in 3 weeks without help. Who says I have help? Then what is it? A new training method? A secret technique? Sasuke's voice lowered. Or something to do with what's sealed inside you? Naruto froze, chopsticks halfway to his mouth. The 9 tails stirred within him, chakra flaring in response to his sudden tension. I don't know what you're talking about, Naruto said carefully. Sasuke's expression remained neutral, but satisfaction glinted in his eyes, the look of someone who had just confirmed a theory. You're not the only one who studies things they're not supposed to know about, Naruto. Before Naruto could respond, Sasuke straightened and turned to leave. Whatever you're doing, he said over his shoulder, don't get so caught up in your secrets that you forget what matters. And what's that? Naruto called after him. Sasuke paused at the door. Getting stronger. Strong enough to face what's coming. With that cryptic remark, he disappeared back into the academy building, leaving Naruto to wonder just how much the last Uchiha had figured out and what he intended to do with that knowledge. Perceptive, that one, Kurama growled. He senses the changes in your chakra signature. Is that bad? Naruto asked, suddenly worried. Can others sense it too? Most humans are oblivious to such subtleties. But those with keen sensory abilities or dojutsu might notice eventually. Your transformation is still in its early stages. The casual mention of transformation sent the chill down Naruto's spine. What exactly am I transforming into, Kurama? For once, the Nine-Tails had no sarcastic retort, no dismissive growl. When his response finally came, it was uncharacteristically solemn. Something that has never existed before, Kit. And that makes you both valuable and dangerous to everyone around you. Night fell over Konoha, stars emerging like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky. Naruto sat cross-legged on his apartment floor, the nine-corded scroll unrolled before him. Its surface glowed with subtle energy, pulsing in rhythm with his heartbeat. I'm ready, he whispered, placing his palm on the central seal. The physical world dissolved around him, replaced by the familiar expanse of his mindscape. The chamber had evolved since his first visit, no longer a dim, flooded corridor but a vast circular space with distinct territories for each bijou, connected by channels of flowing energy rather than water. 9 massive forms awaited him, arranged in their customary circle. Welcome back, Nao. Uzumaki, rumbled Gyuki, tentacles swaying gently. You seem troubled. Naruto nodded, dropping all pretense. Here, among the bijou, he had learned that honesty yielded better results than bravado. Sasuke Uchiha suspects something. He's noticed the changes in me. The Uchiha clan has always been perceptive, Matatabi observed, blue flames flickering thoughtfully. Their eyes see what others cannot. He mentioned what's sealed inside me, Naruto continued. I think he knows about Kurama, or at least suspects. The Nine-Tails growled from his position, tail swishing irritably. Many in the village know of my imprisonment, though few speak of it openly. The question is whether he suspects the rest. The connection to all of us, clarified Isabu, his single eye blinking slowly. That is what must remain secret for now. Naruto sighed, running a hand through his spiky hair. It's getting harder to hide. I almost used Shikaku's sand manipulation during taijutsu practice today without thinking. The one-tail cackled, clearly pleased. My techniques are not easily concealed. They tend to make an impression. Which is precisely why you must master control before power, Kokuo interjected gently. Tonight's training will focus on compartmentalization, separating our influences within your chakra network. Son Goku nodded, volcanic heat radiating from his massive form. You must learn to draw on our abilities selectively, consciously, rather than allowing them to manifest unconsciously. And you must understand how time works differently here, added Saiken, bubbling thoughtfully. What feels like months to you in this shared mindscape translates to mere hours in the physical world. I've noticed, Naruto admitted. It's disorienting having memories of training for what feels like forever, but my body hasn't had the same experience. That is both advantage and disadvantage. Chome buzzed, wings creating gentle currents. Your mind develops faster than your physical form can adapt. Hence the occasional slips. Like almost manipulating sand during sparring, Naruto grimaced. Precisely. Shikaku's grin was all teeth and malicious glee. Your body remembers what your mind has learned, even when you're not consciously accessing it. Gyuki moved forward, tentacles creating ripples in the energy surrounding them. Tonight, we begin the true integration process. Until now, our training has focused on individual skills, each bijou teaching you aspects of their unique abilities. Now we must teach you to harmonize these disparate powers, continued Matatabi. To access them intentionally rather than instinctively. Naruto straightened, determination burning in his eyes. I'm ready. What's first? First, rumbled Kurama, surprising everyone by taking the initiative, you must understand the nature of our chakra, how it differs from human energy, how it transforms the pathways through which it flows. The Nine-Tails raised a massive paw, and the mindscape shifted around them. Suddenly, Naruto could see his own chakra network, a complex web of pathways illuminated from within, pulsing with blue energy interwoven with 9 distinct colored threads. "This is your current state," Kurama explained, his voice uncharacteristically didactic. "Our chakras have begun to integrate with yours, but the process is haphazard, uncontrolled. When you access your chakra, you pull from this entire network without discrimination. Which is why you occasionally manifest abilities unconsciously," added Isabu. "You draw on all our chakras simultaneously, even when intending to use only your own." "So I need to learn to separate them?" Naruto asked, studying the intricate pattern with fascination. "Not separate," corrected Kokuo. "Harmonize. Control the flow, direct it with purpose rather than allowing it to move chaotically." Son Goku stepped forward, lava dripping from his massive frame. "My chakra burns hot and wild. Drawing on it requires precision and focus, lest it consume more than you intend. While mine flows like water, adaptable but powerful," added Isabu. "It must be channeled rather than forced." Each Bijou described the unique properties of their chakra, how it felt, how it moved, how it manifested in the physical world. Naruto listened intently, mentally cataloging the distinctions that would allow him to identify and direct each energy stream separately. "Now," said Gyuki when the explanations concluded, "we begin practical application. Close your eyes and focus on your internal network." Naruto obeyed, sinking into a meditative state that would have astonished his academy teachers. Within his mind's eye, he visualized his chakra pathways as Kurama had shown him, the swirling blue of his own energy intertwined with 9 colored threads. "Identify my chakra," instructed Shikaku. "Feel its gritty texture, its affinity for earth and wind." Naruto concentrated, mentally tracing the golden thread that represented the One-Tail's contribution to his network. It felt abrasive, almost sandy, carrying the desert's arid power within its flow. "Now draw on it only it and manifest a small amount of sand control," Shikaku continued. Focusing intently, Naruto attempted to isolate Shikaku's chakra thread, drawing a thin stream through his network while suppressing the other energies. In the physical manifestation of his mindscape, grains of sand began to materialize around his hand, swirling in a small cloud. "Good," hissed Shikaku, genuine approval in his voice. "Now release it and try Matatabi's flame." 4 hours that stretched into subjective days, Naruto practiced isolating and channeling each Bijou's chakra individually. The task proved monumentally difficult. Each energy responded differently, required unique handling, and interacted with his own chakra in distinct ways. Matatabi's blue flame felt cat-like in its movement, graceful, precise, but capable of sudden ferocity. Isabu's water-natured chakra flowed smooth and cool, deceptively gentle until gathered into crushing force. Son Goku's lava release burned through pathways like liquid fire, requiring constant attention to prevent it from overwhelming Naruto's own energy. Kokuo's steam-based chakra shifted between states, sometimes flowing like water, other times expanding like gas. Saiken's alkaline nature felt slippery and caustic, dissolving boundaries if not carefully contained. Komiai's scale powder chakra scattered like motes of light, difficult to gather but brilliantly effective when concentrated. Gyuki's ink-based energy moved with surprising precision, responsive to Naruto's intentions when properly directed. And Kurama's, the most powerful and volatile, scorched through pathways like wildfire, demanding absolute control lest it consume everything in its path. "Enough," Gyuki announced finally, after what felt like weeks of continuous practice. "You've made remarkable progress for a first session." Naruto sagged with exhaustion, not physical, as his body wasn't truly present, but a profound mental fatigue that transcended normal tiredness. "It's so much harder than I thought," he admitted, "keeping them separate but working together at the same time." "Yet you succeeded more often than you failed," observed Isabu with gentle encouragement. "Few humans could achieve such control in so short a time." "Short?" Naruto laughed weakly. "It feels like I've been at this for a month straight." "In Mindscape time, perhaps you have," said Matatabi. "But in the physical world, barely 3 hours have passed since you entered the trance state." The revelation startled Naruto despite his intellectual understanding of the time difference. "That's Convenient but super weird. It is one of the scroll's greatest gifts, explained Kokuo. The ability to compress extensive training into brief PRDS of physical time. But also its greatest danger, warned Son Goku. Your mind ages faster than your body, accumulating experiences, memories, and knowledge that your physical form has not had time to integrate. Naruto frowned, suddenly realizing the implications. Is that why I sometimes feel disconnected? Like my body doesn't quite fit anymore. 9 pairs of ancient eyes regarded him with varying degrees of concern and interest. Yes, Kurama answered finally. Your consciousness has experienced several subjective years of training in mere weeks of physical time. The dissonance is unavoidable, but not insurmountable, added Gyuki quickly. Your body will adapt, especially given your Uzumaki vitality and accelerated healing. For now, said Saiken, you must practice manifesting our abilities in the physical world carefully, subtly, where no one can observe. Chomei buzzed in agreement. Small tests at first. Manipulate a handful of sand. Generate a tiny flame. Create a small bubble of water. Control must precede power, intoned Aisabu. Master the minimal expression before attempting greater feats. Naruto nodded, understanding the wisdom in their caution. When can we start the cool stuff, though? Like tailed beast bombs and transformations. Shikaku cackled, sand swirling around his massive form. Eager, aren't you? Perhaps a small demonstration is in order. Before the other Bijou could object, the One Tail focused its gaze on Naruto, golden eyes gleaming with mischievous intent. Suddenly, Naruto felt Shikaku's chakra surge through his network, not the controlled trickle from their practice session but a torrent of power that overwhelmed his carefully constructed partitions. Sand materialized around him in a roaring cyclone, lifting him off his feet as the mindscape itself responded to the One Tail's power. For a brief, exhilarating moment, Naruto felt what it would be like to command the desert itself, the crushing weight of countless grains moving as a single entity under his control. Then, as quickly as it began, the demonstration ended. The sand dispersed, and Naruto dropped unceremoniously back to the ground, gasping at the intensity of the experience. That was a mere fraction of my power, Shikaku declared proudly. Imagine what you could do with all 9 of us working in concert. Irresponsible, growled Kurama, glaring at the tanuki. The boy isn't ready for such displays. But he will be, countered Matatabi, blue flames flickering thoughtfully. Sooner than any of us anticipated, I suspect. Naruto sat up, still breathless from Shikaku's demonstration. That was awesome. When can I learn to do that for real? When you can maintain perfect chakra isolation for all 9 of us consecutively, said Gyuki firmly. Not a moment before. Despite his disappointment at the delayed gratification, Naruto recognized the wisdom in the 8 Tails condition. The power he'd just experienced, multiplied by 9, would be catastrophic if unleashed without absolute control. All right, he agreed reluctantly. Perfect chakra isolation first. Then the cool stuff. A wise decision, rumbled Son Goku with grudging approval. Perhaps there is hope for you yet, human. As their session concluded, each Bijou offered parting advice, practical suggestions for practicing their individual techniques in the physical world without drawing attention. Naruto absorbed it all, mentally organizing the information into training regimens he could implement between academy classes and social obligations. Before you depart, said Kokuo as the mindscape began to fade, remember that balance is essential not just in chakra control, but in life. Your body requires rest. Your mind needs time to process. Do not become so consumed by training that you neglect your human connections. The 5 Tails speaks wisdom, added Aisabu surprisingly. Isolation breeds darkness. Maintain your bonds with others, even as you cultivate your connection with us. Naruto nodded, touched by their concern. I will. Thanks, all of you, for teaching me. As he began the transition back to consciousness, Kurama's voice followed him into the waking world. Remember, Kit caution before power. The world isn't ready for what you're becoming. Dawn painted Konoha in gentle pastels as Naruto stood by the training ground river, far from curious eyes. The academy wouldn't start for hours yet, giving him precious time to practice what he'd learned during the night's intensive session. All right, he murmured, centering himself as Gyuki had taught him. Isolation and control. He closed his eyes, visualizing his internal chakra network with its 9 colored threads woven through blue. Carefully, deliberately, he reached for Isabu's teal-colored energy, feeling its cool, fluid nature as he drew it through his pathways while suppressing the others. Extending his hand over the river, Naruto focused the Three Tails chakra into his palm. Water responded, rising in a small column that twisted and turned according to his mental direction. The liquid moved differently than it would under normal water-style jutsu, denser, more responsive, infused with Isabu's ancient power. It worked. Naruto grinned, manipulating the water column into increasingly complex shapes. Perfectly isolated, just like we practiced. Adequate, came Kurama's grudging assessment. Now try something more challenging. Transition from water to fire without losing control of either. Naruto accepted the challenge, carefully maintaining Isabu's water manipulation while simultaneously reaching for Matatabi's blue flame chakra. The dual channeling proved exponentially more difficult than isolating a single Biju's energy. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he fought to keep the energies separate yet active simultaneously. For a moment, he succeeded, water spiraling in his right hand, blue flames flickering in his left. Then the delicate balance collapsed. The energies surged, mixing chaotically in his network. Steam exploded outward as fire met water, enveloping Naruto in a cloud of scalding vapor. Ow, ow, ow. He leapt back, chakra control completely disrupted. That did not work like I wanted. You attempted too much too soon, Kurama observed, his mental voice carrying a note of what might have been concern beneath the criticism. Master single manifestations before attempting combinations. Yeah. Naruto rubbed his reddened skin, which was already healing thanks to his accelerated regeneration. One step at a time. For the next hour, he practiced isolating each Biju's chakra individually, manifesting small demonstrations of their unique abilities. Sand from Shikaku, blue flame from Matatabi, water and coral from Isabu, minor lava formation from Son Goku, steam release from Kokuo, alkaline bubbles from Saiken, scale powder from Chomei, and ink formations from Gyuki. Only Kurama's chakra remained untested. The Nine Tails insisted his power was too distinctive, too closely associated with the events of 12 years ago to risk displaying openly, even in private practice. As the sun climbed higher, Naruto reluctantly concluded his training session. Each manifestation had become progressively easier, more controlled, though maintaining them for extended PRDS still drained his concentration. I'm getting better, he told the Biju mentally as he headed back toward the village. Soon I'll be able to use all your abilities without anyone noticing. Overconfidence leads to exposure, warned Kurama. One slip at the wrong moment could reveal everything. I know. I'll be careful. As Naruto approached the village proper, he sensed a familiar presence ahead, a chakra signature he'd grown adept at recognizing. Iruka-sensei was walking toward the academy, a stack of papers tucked under his arm. Naruto's first instinct was to avoid his teacher, to leap to the rooftops and circumvent the potential interaction. But Isabu's advice echoed in his mind: maintain your bonds with others, even as you cultivate your connection with us. Hey, Iruka-sensei, Naruto called out, jogging to catch up. The Chunin turned, surprise evident on his scarred face. Naruto? You're up early. His eyes narrowed with suspicion born from years of Naruto's pranks. What are you doing near the training grounds before class? Just practicing, Naruto replied honestly, falling into step beside his teacher. The graduation exam is next week, and I really want to pass this time. Iruka's expression softened. I've noticed your improvement lately. You've been working hard. The simple acknowledgement warmed Naruto more than he expected. Despite all the power growing within him, despite training with 9 legendary beings, his teacher's approval still mattered deeply. Yeah, well. Naruto scratched the back of his head, momentarily at a loss for words. I figured it was time to get serious, you know? I'm glad to hear it. Irika's smile held genuine pride. At this rate you might actually pass. Might? Naruto feigned outrage. I'm definitely passing. I'm gonna be the best ninja in the whole village. Irika chuckled, the sound achingly familiar. One step at a time now. First, you need to master the clone jutsu. No problem. I've almost got it perfected. This wasn't entirely a lie. Naruto could now create perfect standard clones, but deliberately produced imperfect ones during class to avoid suspicion. As they walked together toward the academy, Naruto felt a curious sensation, a bridge between his old life and new, between the lonely orphan he had been and the vessel of ancient power he was becoming. Irika represented consistency, normalcy, the human connection that anchored him to his original identity. The human teacher cares for you, observed Matatabi, her voice a gentle purr in his mind. Such bonds are rare and valuable. And potentially dangerous, added Kurama, ever suspicious. Attachment creates vulnerability. Yet without such connections, power lacks purpose, countered Kokuo. Remember why you sought strength in the first place, young one. The internal dialogue continued as Naruto chatted with Irika about upcoming lessons and graduation requirements. The juxtaposition was surreal, discussing basic academy techniques while 9 ancient beings debated philosophy in his mind. This was his reality now, straddling 2 worlds, belonging fully to neither. Human but increasingly something more. Student of the academy and apprentice to the Bijou. Loudmouthed troublemaker and secret wielder of powers beyond imagination. As they reached the academy gates, Irika placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. I meant what I said, Naro. I'm proud of your progress. Whatever you're doing, keep it up. The simple praise meant more than all the power in the world. Thanks, Irika-sensei. I won't let you down. I know you won't. With a final smile, Irika continued toward the teacher's entrance, leaving Naruto momentarily alone with his thoughts. Sentiment, scoffed Kurama, though with less venom than usual. Focus on your training, not emotional attachments. But for once, Naruto sensed the other Bijou disagreeing with the 9 tails. Their silent support reinforced his own conviction that human connections were not weaknesses to be discarded but foundations upon which true strength could be built. With renewed determination, Naruto entered the academy building. Today he would continue his careful balancing act, demonstrating enough improvement to satisfy his teachers without revealing the true extent of his abilities. Tonight he would return to the mindscape for another session of intensive training. And someday, when he had mastered the power growing within him, he would show the world what Naruto Uzumaki had become, not just a Jinchuriki, not just a vessel, but a bridge between humans and Bijou, between hatred and understanding. The journey had only just begun. Late afternoon found Naruto in his apartment, sitting cross-legged on the floor with a small pile of sand before him. His eyes were closed in concentration as he attempted the day's assigned practice, manipulating Shikaku's sand without physically touching it or using hand signs. The grains rose shakily into the air, forming an unsteady sphere that rotated slowly. Maintaining the shape required precise chakra control, isolating the one-tail's energy while simultaneously using it to exert force on individual sand particles. Pathetic, Shikaku's voice echoed in his mind. My previous Jinchuriki could create entire sandstorms by your age. Yeah, well, your previous Jinchuriki probably didn't have to juggle 8 other Bijou at the same time, Naruto muttered, sweat beading on his forehead as he struggled to maintain the sand sphere. Excuses are for the weak, the Tanuki replied dismissively. If you cannot handle our combined power, perhaps you are unworthy of it. The taunt ignited Naruto's competitive spirit. The sand sphere stabilized, its rotation becoming more fluid as he channeled his frustration into focus. Gradually, the sphere began to change shape, stretching, compressing, forming crude approximations of various objects. Better, Shikaku admitted grudgingly, though still far from mastery. A sharp knock at the door shattered Naruto's concentration. The sand collapsed instantly, scattering across the floor as he scrambled to his feet. Who's there? He called, hastily sweeping the evidence of his practice under a nearby rug. DLVRY for Uzumaki Naruto, came the responsive voice he didn't recognize. Cautiously, Naruto approached the door, extending his senses as Matatabi had taught him. The chakra signature on the other side felt unfamiliar but not threatening civilian-level energy with no spikes or fluctuations that would indicate hostile intent. Still, he opened the door only partway, peering out at a young man in standard merchant attire holding a small package. "I didn't order anything," Naruto said suspiciously. The DLVRY man shrugged. "Just doing my job, kid. Someone paid for this to be delivered to you." He moved the package forward, clearly eager to complete his task and move on. "Who sent it?" Naruto pressed, making no move to accept the mysterious DLVRY. "Didn't say. Paid in cash." The man's impatience was growing visible. "Look, do you want it or not? I've got other deliveries." Naruto reached out with his senses again, probing the package itself. Thanks to Saiken's training in molecular composition detection, he could feel that it contained nothing immediately dangerous, no explosive tags, no poisonous substances, just paper and something solid wrapped in cloth. "Fine." He accepted the package cautiously. "Thanks, I guess." The DLVRY man departed without another word, leaving Naruto alone with the mysterious parcel. He brought it inside, placing it on his small kitchen table while maintaining a safe distance. "It could be trapped in ways your limited senses cannot detect," warned Kurama, his suspicion flaring. "Few in this village bear you goodwill." "Let's find out." Naruto formed a hand sign, creating a single shadow clone, a technique he had mastered in secret, far beyond the basic academy clone jutsu. "You open it." The clone rolled its eyes. "Seriously? I'm still you know. If it blows up, we both feel it." "Just do it," Naruto insisted. With exaggerated caution, the clone approached the package and carefully unwrapped it. Inside lay a small wooden box with a simple clasp. The clone flipped it open to reveal a set of chakra-conductive metal weights, the kind used by advanced shinobi for resistance training, along with a note written in elegant, unfamiliar handwriting. "For your training, the body must keep pace with the mind. A friend who watches." Naruto dismissed his clone, absorbing its experience as he approached the box himself. The weights were high-quality, expensive items that academy students wouldn't typically have access to. Each was inscribed with tiny seals designed to adjust resistance based on the user's chakra input. "Someone knows," he whispered, a chill running down his spine. "Someone's been watching me." "Not necessarily," countered Yuki, his deep voice thoughtful. "The note could refer to your recent improvements at the academy. Perhaps a teacher has taken interest in your development. Or someone has noticed your midnight training sessions," suggested Matatabi. "You haven't always been as cautious as you should be." Naruto picked up one of the weights, feeling its perfect balance and the subtle tingle of chakra-responsive metal. "But who would send this anonymously? And why help me at all?" "Not everyone in this village despises you," Kokuo reminded him gently. "There are those who see beyond the burden you carry." "Regardless of intent," interrupted Kurama, "these would indeed help address the growing disparity between your mental and physical development." Naruto considered this, turning the weight over in his hand. The Nine Tails had a point. His consciousness had experienced years of training in the mindscape, but his physical body remained that of a 12-year-old boy. These weights could help bridge that gap, accelerating his physical development to match his mental progress. "I'll use them," he decided finally. "But I'll be extra careful from now on. No more practicing where anyone might see." He strapped the weights to his wrists and ankles, adjusting them to a moderate resistance. Immediately, he felt the difference, a pleasant strain that would force his muscles to work harder with every movement. "A wise decision," approved Son Goku. "Physical strength must complement spiritual growth. One without the other creates imbalance." With the weights secured beneath his clothes, Naruto returned to his sand manipulation practice. The added resistance made chakra control more challenging, requiring greater concentration to achieve the same results. By the time evening fell, he had managed to form the sand into recognizable shapes: kunai, shuriken, small animals, though maintaining them still required his full attention. "Progress," he murmured, allowing the sand to disperse as he prepared for bed. "Not as fast as I'd like, but progress." "Patience, young one," counseled Isabu. The ocean's tide cannot be rushed, yet given time, it reshapes entire coastlines. Naruto smiled at the Three Tails' poetic wisdom as he settled onto his futon. Time for another session, he said, placing his palm on the 9-corded scroll hidden beneath his pillow. What's tonight's lesson? As his consciousness slipped into the mindscape, 9 massive forms came into focus around him. But tonight, the usual circular arrangement had been altered. The Bijou had positioned themselves in a formation that created a path leading to Kurama's cage at the center. Tonight, rumbled Gyuki, we begin integration training. The Mindscape training session lasted what felt like weeks to Naruto's consciousness. Unlike previous lessons focused on individual Bijou abilities, this session concentrated on harmonizing multiple chakra types simultaneously, beginning with complementary pairings and gradually increasing complexity. Shikaku's sand with Son Goku's heat-created glass techniques. Matatabi's flames combined with Seiken's alkaline properties produced caustic fire that could burn through nearly any substance. Isabu's water merged with Kokuo's steam to form pressurized hydraulic techniques of tremendous force. Komiai's scale powder conducted Gyuki's ink to create adaptive, responsive barriers. And weaving through it all, connecting and amplifying each combination, was Kurama's dense, powerful chakra, the foundation upon which all other techniques built. By the time Naruto's consciousness returned to his physical body, dawn was breaking over Konoha. His mind felt simultaneously exhausted and exhilarated, brimming with knowledge that would take months of physical practice to properly implement. But he didn't have months. The graduation exam was tomorrow. I need to be careful, he reminded himself as he prepared for the day, adjusting the chakra weights beneath his clothes. Just enough to pass, not enough to raise questions. A wise approach, agreed Isabu. Patience serves where haste betrays. The academy buzzed with nervous energy when Naruto arrived. Students huddled in groups, quizzing each other on jutsu theory and practicing hand signs. Some looked confident, others terrified. Naruto maintained his usual carefree demeanor, grinning and joking despite the butterflies in his stomach. Not nervousness about passing that was virtually guaranteed given his current abilities, but anxiety about controlling those abilities, about maintaining his carefully constructed facade of mediocrity. Uzumaki Naruto. The voice came from behind him, soft but commanding. Naruto turned to find Hinata Hyuga standing there, fingers pressed together in her characteristic gesture of shyness. Oh, hey Hinata. Naruto greeted her with genuine warmth. The quiet Hyuga heiress had always been kind to him, one of the few classmates who never joined in the mockery or isolation. Gee, good luck tomorrow, she said, pale eyes briefly meeting his before darting away. I know you'll do well. Something in her gaze caught Naruto's attention, a depth of perception that suddenly worried him. The Byakugan could see chakra pathways with extraordinary detail. Had she activated hers recently? Could she see the changes in his network? Thanks, Hinata, he replied, maintaining his cheerful exterior while mentally adjusting his chakra flow to suppress the more distinctive Bijou signatures. Good luck to you too, though you probably don't need it. You're gonna ace it for sure. Her blush deepened, but her eyes returned to his face with surprising directness. You've changed, she said quietly. Your chakra feels different. Alarm bells rang in Naruto's mind. Different? What do you mean? Warmer. Brighter. Her description was vague yet somehow precise. Like there's more of you now. Before Naruto could formulate a response, Irika called the class to order, saving him from what was becoming an uncomfortably perceptive conversation. The Hyuga girl sees too much, growled Kurama. Her eyes are dangerous to our secret. Yet she clearly bears no ill intent, observed Kokuo. Perhaps she could be an ally when the time comes to reveal the truth. One thing at a time, Naruto thought back as he took his seat. Let's get through graduation first. The day passed in a blur of last-minute reviews and practice exercises. Naruto participated with calculated imprecision, performing well enough to demonstrate improvement but making small, deliberate errors to maintain his underdog image. The strategy worked. His classmates noticed his progress but still viewed him as the class straggler, just one who had finally started trying. Only Sasuke and Hinata watched him with eyes that saw too much, their gazes following him with unsettling awareness whenever he demonstrated a skill. When the final bell rang, Naruto lingered in the classroom, waiting until most students had departed. Iruka remained at his desk, organizing papers for tomorrow's exam. "Iruka-sensei?" Naruto approached hesitantly. The Chunin looked up with a smile. "What is it, Naruto? Last-minute questions about the exam?" "Sort of." Naruto fidgeted with his goggles. "I was wondering, what exactly are you looking for in the clone jutsu portion? Like, how many clones do we need to make to pass?" Iruka's expression softened, understanding the source of Naruto's anxiety. The clone jutsu had always been his weakest technique, or at least, it had appeared to be. 3 functional clones is the minimum requirement, he explained. They need to maintain form for at least 30 seconds and be able to move independently of each other. Naruto nodded, mentally calculating. 3 imperfect but functional clones enough to pass but not enough to raise suspicion. He could manage that easily now, deliberately incorporating minor flaws while ensuring they met the basic requirements. "Thanks, Iruka-sensei. I think I can do that." "I'm sure you can, Naruto." Iruka's faith seemed genuine. "You've been working hard. It's going to pay off." As Naruto turned to leave, Iruka called after him. "Oh, and Naruto? Remember, becoming a genin isn't the end of your training. It's just the beginning." The words carried more significance than Iruka could possibly know. Naruto smiled over his shoulder. "I know. I've got a long way to go still." "Don't we all?" the Chunin replied with a wink. That night, Naruto skipped his usual mindscape training session, opting instead for physical preparation. The Bijou had agreed his body needed rest before the exam, and excessive mindscape training might leave him mentally fatigued despite the time differential. Instead, he practiced precise chakra control exercises, balancing kunai on his fingertips, walking up walls without hand signs, and most importantly, creating deliberately imperfect shadow clones. "Too perfect," he muttered, dispelling a trio of clones that looked identical to him in every detail. "Need some flaws, but not too many." He tried again, this time consciously introducing minor imperfections: slightly paler coloring, marginally distorted facial features, a barely noticeable transparency in the extremities. The result was 3 clones that would pass inspection but wouldn't suggest mastery beyond his apparent skill level. Deliberate mediocrity, Kurama observed with something like amusement. "How the mighty have fallen." "It's just temporary," Naruto replied, dispelling the practice clones. "Once I'm a genin, I can start showing more of what I can do. Team missions will give me opportunities to reveal abilities gradually without raising too many questions." "If you say so," the fox responded skeptically. "But remember, secrets have a way of revealing themselves at the most inconvenient moments." With his preparation complete, Naruto settled into bed earlier than usual. His body craved rest. The chakra weights had done their job, accelerating his physical development while straining his muscles pleasantly. Already he could feel the difference in his strength and endurance, though the changes remained subtle enough to conceal beneath his baggy orange outfit. As he drifted towards sleep, the voices of the Bijou faded to a comforting background hum in his consciousness. What had once been terrifying, sharing his mind with 9 ancient beings, had somehow become normal, even reassuring. He was never truly alone anymore. "Good night," he murmured to his internal companions, receiving various acknowledgments in return, from Gyuki's formal, "Rest well," to Shikaku's dismissive grunt, to Seiken's bubbling, "Sweet dreams." Only Kurama remained silent, though Naruto sensed the Nine-Tails' awareness lingering, watchful even as he allowed his host to rest. Morning arrived with golden sunlight and the distant sounds of Konoha coming to life. Naruto woke feeling refreshed, his body humming with well-rested energy and his mind clear. Today was graduation day, the culmination of years at the academy and, more significantly, the first major test of his ability to navigate his new reality. He dressed with unusual care, adjusting his goggles and chakra weights before donning his trademark orange jacket. The outfit felt simultaneously familiar and strange, a remnant of his old self that no longer quite fit the person he was becoming. "Nervous, Kit?" Kurama's voice held a rare note of what might have been concern. Nah, Naruto replied, though the flutter in his stomach suggested otherwise. It's just a basic exam. I could pass it in my sleep now. It's not the exam that concerns you, observed Matatabi perceptively. It's what comes after the scrutiny of Jonin instructors, the expectations of teammates, the increasing difficulty of hiding your true abilities. As usual, the two tales had cut straight to the heart of the matter. Naruto sighed, abandoning the pretense. Yeah. Everything changes after today. I'll be expected to perform real missions, work closely with others, demonstrate my skills in actual combat situations. One step at a time, counseled Kokuo gently. Focus on today's challenge. Tomorrow will bring its own. With that wisdom echoing in his mind, Naruto left his apartment and headed for the academy. The streets were unusually busy, parents accompanying their children on this significant day, offering last-minute advice and encouragement. The sight sent a familiar pang through Naruto's heart, though it lacked the sharp edge it once carried. He was not alone anymore, not truly. The academy classroom buzzed with nervous energy when he arrived. Students clustered in groups, practicing hand signs and quizzing each other on theoretical questions. Naruto took his usual seat, maintaining his casual demeanor despite the tension he could sense in the room. Scared loser? Kiba called from across the aisle, his confident grin belying his own nervousness that Naruto could now easily detect. As if. Naruto shot back with a grin. I'm totally gonna pass this time, believe it. His proclamation drew the expected eye rolls and dismissive snorts from classmates who had heard similar boasts before every failed attempt. Only Hinata offered an encouraging smile, her pale eyes holding that same unsettling perception that suggested she saw more than she should. Irika entered with another Chunin instructor, Mizuki, carrying a stack of written exams. The room immediately quieted as papers were distributed and instructions given. The written portion was laughably simple for Naruto now, though he deliberately answered some questions with partial accuracy and others with carefully crafted misunderstandings. His goal was a passing score in the middle range, good enough to graduate but not good enough to draw attention. Next came weapon accuracy, where he allowed himself to miss 2 out of 10 targets with kunai and 3 with shuriken, a marked improvement over his previous performance but still well below Sasuke's perfect score. The taijutsu demonstration proved more challenging to moderate. His body naturally moved with the fluid grace Matatabi had instilled, his strikes carrying the precision Gyuki had drilled into him. He had to consciously introduce small inefficiencies, minor hesitations, and slightly flawed footwork to maintain his facade. Finally, they reached the ninjutsu portion, the clone jutsu that had been his downfall in previous exams. Uzumaki Naruto, Irika called, marking something on his clipboard. Naruto stepped forward into the testing area, feeling every eye in the classroom on him. This was the moment everyone expected him to fail to produce the same malformed, sickly clones that had earned his previous rejections. He formed the hand signs with deliberate care, channeling his chakra with precisely calculated imprecision. In a puff of smoke, 3 clones appeared beside him, each bearing the minor flaws he had practiced the night before, but all clearly functional and able to move independently. A stunned silence fell over the classroom. Even Irika seemed momentarily speechless, his clipboard frozen mid-notation. I did it. Naruto cheered, breaking the silence with his characteristic enthusiasm. I finally got it right. Irika recovered quickly, a genuine smile spreading across his scarred face. Well done, Nuh. That's a significant improvement. The clones maintained their form for the required 30 seconds, moving as directed before Naruto dispelled them with another hand sign. The whispers began immediately, surprised murmurs about dead last, finally showing some skill. Looks like you'll be getting a headband after all, Mizuki commented, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. Something in his chakra signature felt off to Naruto's enhanced senses, a dissonance between outward expression and inner emotion that Matatabi had taught him to recognize. Thanks, Naruto replied, maintaining his oblivious facade while mentally filing away the observation for later consideration. When the testing concluded, Irika stood before the class with a box of Konoha forehead protectors. Congratulations to those who passed. Please come forward when your name is called to receive your Hitai-8. One by one, students were called forward. Some received their headbands with quiet dignity, others with tearful joy or triumphant grins. Naruto waited, heart pounding despite his certainty of success. Uzumaki Naruto, Irika called finally, a note of pride in his voice that warmed Naruto from the inside out. He approached the front of the classroom, aware of the surprise on many faces classmates who had expected him to fail yet again. Irika handed him a forehead protector, the metal plate gleaming in the classroom light. Congratulations, Naruto. You've earned this. The simple words meant more than all the power growing within him. Naruto accepted the Hitai-8 with uncharacteristic reverence, running his fingers over the leaf symbol etched into the metal. Thanks, Irika-sensei, he said, voice thick with genuine emotion. I won't let you down. As he tied the headband in place, replacing his old goggles, Naruto felt a symbolic threshold crossed. He was no longer just an academy student with a secret. He was a shinobi of Konoha, one whose true capabilities remained hidden, whose potential exceeded anything his new rank could suggest, but a recognized ninja nonetheless. The first step on a much longer journey, observed Yuki. But significant nonetheless. Now the real challenges begin, added Son Goku. Team assignments, missions, increase scrutiny from those above you. Naruto nodded mentally as he returned to his seat, touching the metal plate of his headband with quiet pride. One day at a time, he reminded his internal companions. We'll figure it out as we go. The day concluded with Irika announcing that team assignments would take place the following week, giving new genin a few days to prepare for their transition from students to active shinobi. As the class dispersed, excited graduates clustered with parents and friends, showing off their new headbands and discussing possible team placements. Naruto slipped away quietly, avoiding the crowds. His achievement felt no less significant for being celebrated alone, or rather, with 9 powerful beings who had witnessed his journey from within. As he walked through the village, headband gleaming in the afternoon sun, Naruto felt eyes on him, some surprised, some disapproving, some curious. The village wasn't ready to accept him yet, but that would change. He would make it change, one mission at a time, one proof of worth after another. He paused at Ichiraka Ramen, treating himself to a celebratory meal while Tucci and Ayam offered genuine congratulations. Their simple kindness had been a constant in his life, their small stand a refuge when the village's coldness became too much to bear. To think our best customer is a real ninja now, Tucci chuckled, serving an extra-large bowl. This one's on the house a graduation present. Thanks, old man. Naruto dug in with his usual enthusiasm, though his mind remained partly occupied with the day's events and the challenges ahead. As evening fell, Naruto made his way back to his apartment, planning an early night. Tomorrow would begin his preparation for team assignments, researching potential teammates, strategizing how to reveal his abilities gradually, planning training regimens that would develop his physical form to match his mindscape progress. A shadow moved on his balcony as he approached his building, a silhouette that didn't belong. Naruto tensed, immediately extending his senses to identify the intruder. Mizuki. The Chunin instructor waited outside Naruto's apartment, chakra signature fluctuating with what Naruto now recognized as deception. Whatever brought him here, it wasn't a social call or official business. Caution, warned Kurama. His intent reads hostile despite his outward demeanor. Yet he masks it well, observed Matatabi. A practiced deceiver. Naruto approached carefully, maintaining his oblivious facade while remaining inwardly alert. Mizuki-sensei? What are you doing here? The silver-haired Chunin turned with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Ah, Naruto. I was hoping to catch you. I have a special opportunity for you, a secret test that could fast-track you to Chunin if you succeed. Every instinct Naruto possessed, both natural and bijou-enhanced, screamed deception. Yet he maintained his excited, naive expression. Really? What kind of test? As Mizuki outlined a plan to steal the scroll of sealing from the Hokage's office, describing it as a special examination of initiative and stealth, Naruto listened with feigned enthusiasm while inwardly analyzing every fluctuation in the Chunin's chakra signature. He intends to use you, growled Kurama, to make you the scapegoat for his own treachery. His chakra resonates with another's influence, added Kokuo. He serves a master beyond Konoha's walls. The realization struck Naruto with crystal clarity. This was treason. Mizuki was attempting to manipulate him into stealing a forbidden artifact, likely planning to take it himself once Naruto had done the difficult work and absorbed the blame. A month ago, the old Naruto might have fallen for it, eager for acknowledgement, desperate for any path to advancement, naive enough to believe a teacher wouldn't betray him. But that Naruto was gone, replaced by someone far more perceptive. Wow, that sounds amazing! Naruto exclaimed, eyes wide with fabricated excitement. I'll definitely do it. When should I bring you the scroll? Mizuki detailed a meeting point in the forest, his expression betraying momentary surprise at how easily his target had been manipulated. Midnight. Don't tell anyone this test is for you alone. Got it. I won't let you down, Mizuki-sensei. Naruto gave an enthusiastic thumbs up, playing his role to perfection. As the Chunin departed, satisfied with his manipulation, Naruto's expression hardened. His first test as a genin had arrived sooner than expected, not a mission assigned by the village, but a challenge to his integrity and newfound abilities. What will you do? Asked Isabu, his gentle voice curious. Alert the authorities? Confront the traitor yourself? Naruto considered his options, weighing them with a strategic mind that would have shocked his academy teachers. Both, he decided finally. But carefully. This is a chance to prove myself, but I can't reveal too much too soon. He created a shadow clone with barely a whisper of chakra, a technique that should have been far beyond genin level but had become effortless for him. Go to the Hokage. Tell him everything, but make it seem like I just got lucky in overhearing Mizuki's real plans. The clone nodded and departed through the window while Naruto settled onto his bed, mind racing with contingency plans. This unexpected development could work to his advantage, allowing him to demonstrate increased skill without revealing the full extent of his abilities. Be cautious, warned Yuki. The line between revealing enough and revealing too much is thin indeed. But do not squander this opportunity, countered Son Goku. A warrior proves his worth in battle, not training. As night fell over Konoha, Naruto prepared himself mentally and physically for the confrontation to come. His first real test as a genin. His first chance to protect the village that had shunned him. His first opportunity to begin showing the world what Naruto Uzumaki was truly capable of. The training had only just begun, but already it was bearing fruit. Midnight moonlight splintered through forest canopy as Naruto crouched on a moss-covered branch, waiting. Below, Mizuki paced impatiently, silver hair gleaming like a beacon in the darkness. The Chunin's hand kept drifting to the massive shuriken strapped across his back, fingers twitching with anticipation. Where is that demon brat? Mizuki muttered, unaware that his quarry lurked mere meters above, chakra signature suppressed to near invisibility thanks to Matatabi's training. Naruto's heart hammered against his ribcage, but his breathing remained controlled. The old Naruto would have charged in shouting accusations. The new Naruto, the one being forged through Bijou training, knew the value of patience. He's not alone, Kurama's voice rippled through Naruto's consciousness. 3 chakra signatures approaching from the west. Hibu, masked but unmistakable. Perfect timing, Naruto thought back, feeling the presence of the Hokage's elite guards moving into position around the clearing. His clone had delivered the message, and the old man had responded exactly as hoped. Mizuki stiffened suddenly, sensing what Naruto already knew. The traitor's hand flew to his weapon. Now or never, Naruto whispered and dropped from the branch. He landed with deliberate heaviness, making enough noise to draw Mizuki's attention while seeming clumsy rather than tactical. Mizuki-sensei. I'm here. Naruto called out, projecting innocent enthusiasm while holding an empty scroll. But I couldn't get the real one. The guards were too tough, so I made this fake to show you I tried. Mizuki's face contorted, facade of mentorship crumbling into naked contempt. You useless demon fox. You had one simple task. Demon Fox. Naruto tilted his head, feigning confusion while his enhanced senses tracked the Anbu closing in. What are you talking about? The Chunin's lips curled into a malicious smile. Oh, you don't know? The big secret everyone's been keeping from you? He reached for the massive shuriken on his back. The nine-tailed fox that attacked the village wasn't killed. It was sealed inside you. You are the demon that murdered countless villagers, including Irika's parents. Naruto forced his expression into shock, though the revelation was ancient history to him now. That can't be true. It explains everything, doesn't it? Mizuki laughed, drawing his weapon. Why everyone hates you, why you'll always be alone. And now you'll die knowing the truth. The shuriken whistled through air as Mizuki launched it straight at Naruto's chest. Time seemed to slow as multiple options flashed through Naruto's mind. Dodge completely too revealing of his abilities. Take the hit unnecessarily painful and potentially fatal. Block imperfectly believable for a new genin while protecting vital organs. In the split second available, Naruto chose option 3. He raised his arms in a standard academy defensive position, deliberately leaving his guard imperfect. The shuriken struck his forearm, cutting deep but missing anything critical. Blood sprayed, pain lanced up his arm, and Naruto tumbled backward with a genuine cry of pain. Dramatic but effective, observed Gyuki dryly. Pathetic, Mizuki sneered, drawing a kunai as he approached. I'll finish what the fourth Hokage started and rid the village of the demon fox once and... A blur of green intercepted Mizuki mid-stride. Irika appeared between them, blocking the kunai with his own blade, fury etched across his scarred face. You won't touch my student, the Chunin snarled. Naruto hadn't expected Irika. The Nbu, yes they were part of the plan but his academy teacher's presence was an unwelcome variable. Irika-sensei? Naruto struggled to his feet, blood dripping from his wounded arm. What are you doing here? The Hokage informed me, Irika replied without taking his eyes off Mizuki. He knew I'd want to be involved when my student was in danger. Mizuki laughed. How touching. Protecting the demon that killed your parents? You've gone soft, Irika. Naruto is not the fox. Irika's voice rang with conviction. He's Naruto Uzumaki of the Hidden Leaf, my student, and a better shinobi than you'll ever be. The words struck Naruto like physical blows. Irika had always been kind, but this was different. This was acknowledgement. Acceptance. Maybe even pride? Focus, Kit, Kurama growled. The ANBU are in position. This needs to end before your teacher gets himself killed. Naruto nodded imperceptibly. Time to act. I might not be able to get the real scroll, he called to Mizuki, drawing attention back to himself, but I did learn something while training. Want to see? Without waiting for a response, Naruto formed a cross seal with his fingers. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Chakra exploded outward, carefully modulated to create 20 clones instead of the hundreds he could now produce. The clearing filled with orange-clad duplicates, each solid and combat-ready. Far beyond the 3 illusory clones he'd created during his graduation exam. Irika's jaw dropped. Naruto. That's a Jounin-level technique. I've been practicing. Naruto grinned, the explanation plausible enough given his reputation for unorthodox training. Mizuki's confidence evaporated as he found himself surrounded. This doesn't change anything. You're still the demon. Enough talk. Naruto and his clones shouted in unison, converging on the traitor from all directions. The battle lasted seconds. Mizuki might have been Chunin rank, but he was outnumbered and outmaneuvered. Naruto deliberately kept his attack pattern straightforward, no bijou techniques, no advanced taijutsu, just overwhelming numbers and academy-level strikes delivered with genin-appropriate force. When it ended, Mizuki lay unconscious but alive, and Naruto stood victorious, dispelling his clones with a theatrical puff of smoke. NBU materialized from the shadows, securing the traitor. Their porcelain animal masks revealed nothing, but Naruto sensed their surprise at what they'd witnessed. Well done, Naruto, came the Hokage's voice as the old man himself stepped into the clearing, pipe smoke curling around his weathered face. You've uncovered a traitor and proven yourself a true shinobi of the leaf. Thanks, old man. Naruto scratched the back of his head, projecting bashful pride while inwardly calculating how much this incident would advance his public reputation without revealing too much. Iruka approached, eyes wide with amazement. Shadow clones. And so many. When did you learn that? I found it in a scroll a while back, Naruto replied, the half-truth coming easily. Been practicing in secret. Wanted to surprise everyone. The Hokage's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew the shadow clone technique wasn't commonly available, but he simply nodded. Full of surprises as always, Naruto. As Anbyu took Mizuki away, the Hokage placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. About what he said regarding the 9 tails. Is it true? Naruto asked, feigning the hurt and confusion he would have felt had this truly been his first time hearing the secret. The Hokage sighed, suddenly looking every year of his advanced age. Yes. The 4th Hokage sealed the fox inside you to save the village. But you are not the fox, Naruto. Never believe that. That's why everyone looks at me that way. Naruto let his voice crack, tears welling in his eyes, genuine emotion channeled through a performance of ignorance. Iruka stepped forward. Naruto, I lost my parents to the 9 tails, but I never blamed you. You're loud, unpredictable and determined. A splendid ninja who I'm proud to have taught. The unexpected praise pierced straight through Naruto's calculated responses, touching something raw and real beneath his growing layers of deception. Tears flowed freely now, no acting required. Thanks, Iruka-sensei, he managed, wiping his eyes with his uninjured arm. The Hokage cleared his throat. Your arm needs medical attention, and it's late. We'll discuss everything further tomorrow. For now, well done, Genin Uzumaki. As they left the forest, Naruto felt something shift inside him, not just in his relationship with the village, but in his internal landscape. The Bijou had remained uncharacteristically quiet throughout the emotional exchange, yet he sensed their attention, their curiosity? Humans, Kurama finally grumbled as Naruto reached his apartment after being treated at the hospital. So sentimental over meaningless words. They weren't meaningless to me, Naruto replied internally, collapsing onto his bed, exhaustion finally claiming him. The 9 tails fell silent, but not before Naruto caught a flicker of something unexpected in the fox's consciousness, not understanding exactly, but perhaps the beginning of something like it. Dawn broke over Konoha, spilling gold across rooftops as Naruto sat cross-legged beside a secluded pond, eyes closed in meditation. The water's surface rippled without wind as Isabu's chakra flowed through Naruto's pathways, carefully isolated from the other Bijou energies. Feel the water's memory, the 3 tails instructed, his gentle voice echoing through Naruto's mindscape. Every molecule holds history where it has traveled, what it has touched, the cycle it has completed countless times. Naruto's consciousness expanded beyond his physical form, sensing each water droplet as a distinct entity with its own story. The exercise had seemed impossible weeks ago, yet now felt as natural as breathing. I can feel it, Naruto whispered, fingers hovering above the pond's surface without touching. This water has passed through clouds over the land of lightning. Fallen as rain in the northern mountains. Flowed through underground rivers before emerging here. Good. Isabu's approval warmed Naruto from within. Water connects all things, it holds memory, carries life, and teaches patience. Unlike Shikaku's sand or Son Goku's lava, water does not conquer obstacles through force, but through persistence and adaptation. The 3 tails had become Naruto's most unexpected confidant among the Bijou. Where Shikaku was chaotic, Matatabi enigmatic, and Kurama hostile, Isabu offered calm wisdom and surprising empathy. The turtle-like being seemed genuinely interested in Naruto as a person, not merely as a vessel or student. Something troubles you today, Isabu observed, his perception cutting through Naruto's attempted focus. Your chakra flows unevenly, like disturbed currents. Naruto sighed, opening his eyes to watch dawn light dance across the pond. Last night with Iruka-sensei and the old man. It felt different. I'm lying to people who care about me and it hurts. The burden of secrets, Isabu acknowledged. They protect and imprison simultaneously. Exactly. Naruto plucked a stone from the shore, turning it over in his palm. Part of me wants to tell them everything about you guys, the training, all of it. But another part knows they wouldn't understand. They'd be afraid. Fear is the natural response to power one cannot comprehend. Aisabu's voice carried centuries of experience with human reactions. Even those who care for you might fear what you are becoming. What am I becoming? Naruto asked the question that had haunted him since training began. Sometimes I don't recognize myself anymore. My thoughts are different. I notice things I never would have before. I feel older. Silence stretched between them, broken only by the gentle lapping of water against shore. When Aisabu finally responded, his tone carried unusual gravity. You are becoming a bridge, Naruto Uzumaki. Neither fully human nor bijou, but something that has never existed before. A being who walks between worlds. This transformation cannot be rushed or forced like water wearing away stone. It will happen in its own time. The Three Tails' wisdom settled over Naruto like a mantle. A bridge, he repeated, testing the concept. I like that better than weapon, or container. As do I, Aisabu agreed. Now, shall we continue your coral creation technique? You were making excellent progress yesterday. Naruto nodded, refocusing his chakra. Water rose from the pond in spiraling tendrils, condensing and hardening into intricate coral structures that floated in midair, delicate, beautiful, yet strong enough to withstand tremendous pressure. The secret, Aisabu instructed, is balance between flexibility and structure. Too rigid, and coral becomes brittle. Too soft, and it lacks strength. Like people, Naruto observed, surprising himself with the insight. Aisabu's rumbling chuckle resonated through his mindscape. Precisely. You learn quickly, young bridge builder. The lesson continued until sunrise fully claimed the sky, Naruto's control growing more precise with each attempt. When he finally released the technique, dozens of coral formations floated on the pond's surface, evidence of his progress and a gift to his teacher. Thank you, Aisabu, Naruto said sincerely as he prepared to leave. Not just for the techniques, but for listening. The Three Tails' presence receded slightly, but not before Naruto felt something new from the ancient being, a warmth that transcended mere approval of a student's progress. Something almost like affection. Again. Son Goku's thunderous voice shook Naruto's mindscape as molten stone erupted around them. Your control falters when pressured. Naruto gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face despite this being a mental training session. He stood atop a churning sea of lava, maintaining his position through precise chakra control while simultaneously forming hand signs to shape the superheated material. Horse, tiger, monkey, boar. He called out, fingers flying through seals as lava rose in response, coalescing into a massive dragon that roared before dissolving back into the molten sea. Inadequate! The Four Tails bellowed. The form collapsed before completion. Again. Unlike Aisabu's patient guidance, Son Goku's training methods bordered on torturous. The massive ape Bijou accepted nothing less than perfection, driving Naruto to his limits and beyond with relentless criticism and minimal praise. I've been at this for hours. Naruto protested, though he immediately began forming seals again. Even in Mindscape time, we must be approaching days. Irrelevant, Son Goku rumbled, volcanic heat radiating from his massive form. My previous Jinchuriki mastered this technique in half the time. Are you suggesting you're inferior to a shinobi from Iwagakure? The taunt struck its target. Naruto's eyes narrowed, determination flaring hotter than the lava beneath his feet. Never! This time, his hands moved with perfect precision, each seal flowing into the next with flawless timing. The lava responded, rising and shaping itself into not just one dragon, but three intertwined serpentine forms that twisted through the air in complex patterns before striking imaginary targets with devastating force. Son Goku watched in silence, for tails swishing thoughtfully. When the technique finally ended, Naruto stood panting, awaiting the inevitable criticism. Instead, the Four Tails made a sound that might have been approval. Better. You respond well to challenge. Coming from Son Goku, this constituted high praise. Naruto straightened, unable to suppress a grin. I told you I could do it. You succeeded once, the ape Bijou corrected harshly. Mastery requires consistency. But, he paused, massive shoulders shifting, your determination is acceptable. Before Naruto could savor this rare acknowledgement, Son Goku leaned down, bringing his enormous face level with Naruto's. Red eyes bored into blue with unsettling intensity. Tell me, little human, why do you push yourself so hard? What drives you to endure this training? The question caught Naruto off guard. Son Goku had never shown interest in his motivations before, focusing solely on technical execution and results. I want to be Hokage, Naruto answered automatically, then paused, realizing how hollow the response sounded now. But it's more than that. I want to change things, how people see me, how they see Jinchuriki, how they see the Bijou. Son Goku snorted, sending plumes of smoke curling upward. Humans have feared and hated us for centuries. What makes you think you can change that? Because I know what it's like to be hated for something you can't control, Naruto replied, meeting the Four Tails' gaze without flinching. To be seen as a monster instead of a person. The villagers treated me the same way they treat you, with fear instead of understanding. The Four Tails remained silent, but Naruto sensed he had the Bijou's full attention. I didn't choose to have Kurama sealed inside me, Naruto continued, just like you didn't choose to be split from the 10 Tails by the Sage of 6 Paths. But here we are, and we can either keep hating each other for things we didn't control, or we can try something different. And what would that be? Son Goku's voice held genuine curiosity beneath its rumbling bass. Naruto gestured to the lava sea around them. This. Learning from each other. Working together instead of against each other. Being partners instead of prisoner and jailer. Son Goku's laugh shook the mindscape, causing lava to slosh against distant shores. Partners? With a human child? You have ambitious dreams, Naruto Uzumaki. Dreams are all I had for a long time, Naruto shrugged. But now I have you guys too, whether you like it or not. So we might as well make the best of it. The Four Tails studied him for what felt like an eternity, ancient eyes unblinking. Finally, he straightened to his full, towering height. My true name, he said suddenly, is Son Goku, King of the Sage Monkeys, Great Sage equaling heaven. Remember it well, for I do not share it lightly. Naruto's eyes widened, understanding the significance of this offering. Thank you, Son Goku. I'll remember. See that you do. The Four Tails turned away, but not before Naruto caught something new in his posture, a subtle shift from teacher-student formality towards something approaching mutual respect. Now, Son Goku growled, let us see if you can maintain 3 lava dragons while simultaneously defending against my attacks. Prepare yourself. As the training resumed with increased intensity, Naruto couldn't help but smile despite the brutal challenge. Another bond had begun to form, forged in fire and tempered by shared understanding. Kokuo's training differed dramatically from the other Bijou's methods. Where Son Goku demanded perfection through pressure and Aisabu taught through gentle guidance, the Five Tails created an atmosphere of contemplative discovery. Healing is not merely the absence of injury, Kokuo explained as Naruto sat atop the horse dolphin's back, surrounded by swirling mist that reflected rainbow light. It is the restoration of balance, physical, spiritual, emotional. They floated through an ethereal mindscape landscape, neither water nor air but something between, where steam took solid form yet remained ephemeral. Steam release combines water and fire natures, Naruto recited, eyes closed as he channeled Kokuo's unique chakra through his pathways. Not just mixing them, but creating something entirely new from their union. Correct. Kokuo's voice carried pleased approval. Opposing forces need not remain in conflict. Through proper harmony, they create power greater than either could achieve alone. Under Naruto's direction, steam condensed around his hands, glowing with healing chakra. He visualized the wound Mizuki had inflicted, already healed in the physical world thanks to Kurama's influence, but perfect for this exercise. The steam enveloped his arm, penetrating deeper than mere surface healing, reaching cellular levels where damage lingered beyond visible injuries. Naruto felt tissue regenerating, nerve connections strengthening, and even bone density increasing beyond its previous state. Excellent, Kokuo observed. You're not just healing the injury, but improving upon the original condition. It feels different from medical ninjutsu, Naruto noted, watching the steam work with fascination. More complete. Because it addresses the root cause rather than the symptom, Kokuo explained. Human medical techniques often focus on the physical wound while ignoring the energy imbalance that prevents true healing. The five tails moved beneath him, changing direction through the misty realm. Now, direct your attention inward. What damage exists that cannot be seen? Naruto frowned, confused. You mean like internal injuries? Deeper still, Kokuo guided. Wounds of the spirit leave scars that physical healing cannot touch. Understanding dawned. Naruto redirected the healing steam inward, seeking emotional injuries accumulated through years of isolation and rejection. The sensation was unlike anything he'd experienced, like cool water washing through parched earth, bringing life to barren soil. Memories surfaced, hateful glares from villagers, whispered insults when they thought he couldn't hear, birthdays spent alone, achievements unacknowledged. Each memory arose not to be relived, but to be acknowledged, accepted, and finally released. Tears streamed down Naruto's face, yet he felt no shame in them. This wasn't weakness but liberation, each drop carrying away poison that had festered too long. The heaviest burdens we carry are often invisible, Kokuo said softly. Healing begins with honesty, facing what hurts us before we can release it. It's a lot, Naruto whispered, voice thick with emotion. I didn't realize how much I was carrying. Few do, the five tails replied. Humans and Bijou alike. The implication wasn't lost on Naruto. You too? You carry these kinds of wounds? Kokuo was silent for several moments. When the Bijou finally spoke, vulnerability colored the ancient voice. Centuries of being used as a weapon, passed from one Jinchuriki to another, valued only for destructive capability. Yes, Naruto Uzumaki. I understand wounds that do not bleed. Something profound passed between them, recognition of shared pain transcending the divide between human and Bijou. Without thinking, Naruto directed healing steam toward Kokuo's consciousness, offering the same comfort he had received. The five tails stiffened in surprise, then gradually relaxed as the healing energy circulated between them, creating a feedback loop of mutual restoration. You continue to surprise me, Kokuo said when the technique finally dissipated. Few humans would think to offer healing to a Bijou. Few humans get to know Bijou as people, Naruto countered. That's the problem I want to fix. A noble goal, Kokuo acknowledged. Though the path will not be easy. The best ones never are, Naruto grinned, wiping away the last of his tears. But I won't be walking it alone, right? The five tails made a sound that might have been a chuckle. It seems I have little choice in the matter. Your persistence is admirable. As their training session concluded, Naruto felt another bond solidify, this one built on mutual healing and recognition of shared vulnerability. Different from his connection with Isobu or Son Goku, yet equally significant. The Bijou were becoming more than teachers. They were becoming friends. Saiken's laboratory, as Naruto had come to think of it, defied conventional understanding of physical space. Bubbles of varying sizes floated through air that simultaneously felt liquid, each containing different chemical compounds that the six tails manipulated with casual precision. The principle is simple, Saiken explained, voice melodic despite the slug Bijou's massive size. All matter exists in states of potential transformation. Your task is to catalyze these changes without disrupting molecular harmony. Simple, he says, Naruto muttered, concentrating on a bubble containing what looked like ordinary water. Under his direction, alkaline chakra infused the liquid, gradually changing its properties until it developed adhesive qualities stronger than any glue. Very good. Saiken's enthusiasm bubbled forth quite literally, small manifestations of joy floating around his enormous form. Now neutralize it before it becomes corrosive. Naruto quickly adjusted his chakra flow, countering the alkalinity before it could progress to damaging levels. The liquid returned to its water-like appearance, though its properties had been fundamentally altered. You have natural aptitude for chemistry, Saiken observed, moving another bubble into position. Most humans struggle with the concept of matter transformation without physical catalysts. I've had a good teacher, Naruto grinned, genuinely enjoying the Six Tails company. Where some bijou remained aloof or demanding, Saiken approached training with infectious enthusiasm and childlike wonder at discovery. This next compound is particularly tricky, Saiken cautioned, presenting a bubble containing amber fluid. It requires precise alteration to become an effective antidote rather than a deadly poison. The difference lies in molecular arrangement rather than composition. Naruto focused intensely, channeling Saiken's chakra with delicate control. The liquid's color shifted subtly, molecules realigning according to his direction. After several tense moments, the transformation completed, resulting in a clear solution that Saiken examined with approval. Perfect! This antidote could neutralize 20 different toxins common to the 5 great nations. The Six Tails wiggled with delight. You must remember the formula, it could save lives someday. I will, Naruto promised, mentally cataloging the complex process. His memory had improved dramatically since beginning bijou training, allowing him to retain information that would have previously overwhelmed him. As they continued through various chemical exercises, Naruto noticed something unusual about Saiken's teaching style. Unlike the other bijou who focused primarily on combat applications, the Six Tails emphasized healing, antidotes, and beneficial compounds. You really care about helping people, don't you? Naruto observed during a brief rest period. Saiken paused, multiple tails waving thoughtfully. I suppose I do. Curious, isn't it? Most humans would expect a bijou to focus on destruction rather than creation. That's because most humans don't bother getting to know you, Naruto replied. They just see the massive chakra and power, not the personality behind it. And what personality do you see in me, Naruto Uzumaki? Saiken asked, genuine curiosity in his voice. Naruto considered the question carefully. Enthusiastic about discovery. You get excited when I learn something new. You think about how techniques could help others, not just how powerful they are. Saiken's massive form seemed to brighten, bubbles around him glowing with increased luminosity. What an interesting observation. No Jinchuriki has ever described me in such terms before. What did the others say? Naruto couldn't help asking. The Six Tails' enthusiasm dimmed slightly. When they bothered to acknowledge me as more than a chakra source. They called me a monster. A weapon. A tool to be used against their enemies. The admission struck Naruto deeply. Despite their phenomenal power, the bijou had experienced the same fundamental pain he had, being valued not for who they were, but for what they could provide. Well, they were wrong, Naruto declared firmly. You're Saiken, the Six Tails. You're brilliant with chemistry, you get excited about little things, you laugh when experiments fizz unexpectedly, and you care about healing more than hurting. That's who you are, not just some chakra monster. Silence filled the bubble-filled space. Then, unexpectedly, Saiken's entire massive form vibrated with emotion. In all my centuries, no human has ever. I mean to be seen as. The Six Tails couldn't seem to complete the thought, overcome by Naruto's simple acknowledgement of his personhood. Get used to it, Naruto grinned, placing a hand on one of Saiken's smaller tails. Because that's how I see all of you. The contact, physical connection between Jinchuriki and bijou, initiated by choice rather than force, sent a ripple of surprised pleasure through their shared consciousness. Another bond strengthened, another bridge extended between worlds that had been separate for too long. You truly are unique, Naruto Uzumaki, Saiken said finally. Perhaps that is why the scroll chose you. The scroll chose me? This was new information. I thought I activated it by accident. Saiken's bubbles shifted in patterns that suggested amusement. There are no accidents with artifacts created by the Sage of Six Paths. The scroll recognized something in you, something beyond Kurama's presence or Ashura's chakra echo. What was it? Naruto asked, fascinated. That, Saiken replied mysteriously, is something you must discover for yourself. Now, shall we continue? I want to show you how to create a compound that allows underwater breathing for up to 6 hours. As they resumed training, Naruto filed away this revelation for future consideration. The scroll had chosen him specifically recognized something within him worthy of connecting with all 9 Bijou. The responsibility of that selection weighed heavily, yet also confirmed he was on the right path. One by one, bonds were forming, connections built on understanding rather than power, on recognition rather than control. Each Bijou revealed aspects of themselves never before shared with humans, while Naruto offered something equally precious: acknowledgement of their individual worth beyond the tales they bore. Midnight found Naruto perched atop the Hokage monument, legs dangling over the 4th stone head as he gazed across the sleeping village. 3 weeks had passed since his graduation, with team assignments scheduled for tomorrow morning. The intervening time had been filled with intensive training both in the mindscape and physical world, each Bijou contributing to his rapidly evolving abilities. You should be resting, Komiai's buzzing voice vibrated through his consciousness. Tomorrow marks a significant transition in your human developmental cycle. Can't sleep, Naruto admitted, watching distant stars shimmer above Konoha. Too many thoughts buzzing around. No offense. The Seven Tails' laughter felt like butterfly wings against his mind. None taken. My thoughts buzz constantly to the joy of multiple perspectives. Of all the Bijou, Chome was perhaps the most peculiar, relentlessly optimistic, constantly in motion, and fascinated by transformation in all its forms. Training with the beetle-like being involved aerial maneuvers that defied gravity, scale powder techniques that created illusions within reality, and philosophical discussions about freedom versus containment. I'm worried about team assignments, Naruto confessed, voicing concerns he'd kept hidden from the other Bijou. What if I'm placed with people who'll make it impossible to keep training secret? What if my Jonin instructor notices something weird about my chakra? Worry is tomorrow's rain cloud blocking today's sun. Chome replied cheerfully. Besides, isn't change the most beautiful part of being alive? Caterpillar becomes chrysalis becomes butterfly. Despite his anxiety, Naruto couldn't help smiling at the Seven Tails' enthusiastic metaphors. You really love transformation, don't you? It's the fundamental truth of existence. Komiai's wings created gentle breezes through Naruto's mindscape. Nothing remains static, everything evolves, adapts, becomes something new while honoring what came before. The philosophy resonated with Naruto's current situation. He wasn't the same person who had discovered the Forbidden Scroll weeks ago. His consciousness had experienced years of training compressed into weeks of physical time. His understanding of chakra, of the world, even of himself had expanded beyond recognition. I guess I'm in my chrysalis stage right now, Naruto mused, looking down at his hands, still a child's hands, yet capable of channeling power that Jonin would envy. Caught between what I was and what I'm becoming. Precisely. Komiai's excitement was palpable. And what a magnificent butterfly you shall be. The first human to harmonize with all 9 Bijou, a transformation unprecedented in history. If I survive the process, Naruto added dryly. The Seven Tails paused, unusual seriousness entering his typically jubilant tone. You fear the transformation will consume your identity. It wasn't a question. Naruto nodded anyway, relieved that someone had articulated the fear he'd been reluctant to voice. Sometimes I feel like I'm becoming someone else entirely. My thoughts are different. The way I see the world has changed. Even my chakra feels foreign sometimes. What if the real Naruto disappears completely? Chome was silent for several moments, unusual for the typically verbose Bijou. When he finally responded, his voice carried ancient wisdom beneath its cheerful timbre. Who is the real Naruto? The academy student who played pranks for attention? The orphan who dreamed of becoming Hokage? The newly graduated genin discovering his potential? All are you, yet none encompass your entirety. The Seven Tails' perspective struck Naruto with unexpected force. He'd been clinging to a fixed concept of identity that perhaps had never been accurate to begin with. The caterpillar doesn't mourn becoming a butterfly, Chomei continued. It embraces transformation while carrying forward the essence of what it always was. Your core remains unchanged: your compassion, determination, and desire to protect others. The rest evolves as it should. Naruto absorbed this wisdom, watching lights flicker across Konoha as night watchmen made their rounds. I never thought I'd get philosophical counseling from a giant beetle. Komiai's laughter rippled through their connection. Life contains many surprises. That's what makes it glorious. The conversation shifted to lighter topics: Chomei describing aerial battles from centuries past, Naruto sharing pranks he'd executed with mathematical precision that had once seemed like mere luck. Time passed in comfortable exchange, anxiety gradually melting away beneath the Seven-Tails' relentless optimism. As dawn approached, painting the eastern sky with amber promise, Naruto stood and stretched. I should head back. Big day ahead. Remember, Chomei buzzed encouragingly, transformation isn't loss, it's becoming more fully yourself than you've ever been. The words followed Naruto as he leapt from the monument, chakra cushioning his descent as he bounded across rooftops toward his apartment. Another bond had deepened, this one built on philosophical understanding and shared appreciation for life's continuous evolution. The academy classroom buzzed with excited conversation as newly minted genins speculated about team assignments. Naruto sat at his usual desk, projecting casual confidence while inwardly cataloging every detail around him. Sasuke brooded by the window, his chakra signature tightly controlled but radiating watchfulness. The Uchiha had been observing Naruto with increasing interest since graduation, though he had yet to directly confront him about his sudden improvements. Hinata sat 2 rows ahead, occasionally glancing back with shy curiosity that couldn't quite hide her Byakugan-enhanced perception. She'd noticed changes in Naruto's chakra network, subtle alterations that her dojutsu could detect but not fully interpret. "Hey, Naruto." Kiba dropped into the seat beside him, Akamaru perched atop his head. "That was pretty impressive what you did with Mizuki-sensei. Word is you took him down with shadow clones." News had spread quickly despite the Hokage's attempts to keep the incident classified. Naruto shrugged with calculated modesty. "Just got lucky, I guess." "Lucky?" Kiba snorted. "Shadow clones are Jonin-level techniques. Where'd you learn that?" "Found it in a scroll," Naruto replied, sticking to his established cover story. "Turns out I'm pretty good at it." "Half-truths make the most convincing deceptions," observed Yuki, the Eight-Tails' pragmatic voice, a recent addition to Naruto's waking thoughts. "The boy believes you because there's enough truth to make the lie plausible." Training with Yuki had focused on tactical analysis and battlefield strategy, transforming Naruto's instinctive approach into calculated precision. The Ox-Octopus Bijou approached combat like a complex game of shogi, teaching Naruto to see 10 moves ahead while maintaining flexibility to adapt when circumstances changed. "Hope we end up on the same team," Kiba continued, oblivious to Naruto's internal conversation. "Between your clones and my tracking, we'd be unstoppable." Before Naruto could respond, the classroom door slid open as Irika entered carrying a clipboard. Conversation immediately died down, anticipation filling the room as students straightened in their seats. "Good morning, everyone," Irika began, pride evident in his voice. "Today marks your official transition from students to shinobi of the Hidden Leaf. The teams I'm about to announce have been carefully designed to balance strengths and compensate for weaknesses, creating units capable of handling various mission types." Naruto listened with half his attention, the rest focused on monitoring chakra signatures around the room. Yuki had been teaching him to read emotional states through subtle fluctuations in energy output, nervousness manifesting as rapid chakra pulses, excitement as expanded pathways, disappointment as contracted flow. "Team 7, Irika continued, will consist of Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, and Sasuke Uchiha, under Jonin instructor Kakashi Hatake." The announcement sent multiple ripples through the room: Sakura's triumph, several girls' disappointment, Sasuke's resignation, and beneath it all, a subtle spike of interest from somewhere outside the classroom. Naruto's enhanced senses detected a masked chakra signature observing from nearby, likely their new Jonin instructor getting an early assessment. The Uchiha and a girl with precise chakra control, Kurama noted, speaking for the first time that day. Potentially problematic for maintaining your secrets. Or potentially useful allies when the time comes to reveal them, Naruto countered internally, maintaining a neutral expression while Sakura celebrated and Sasuke scoffed. Iruka continued through team assignments, but Naruto's focus had shifted to analyzing his new team's dynamics. Sasuke's observant nature and Sharingan potential made him both a risk and a valuable potential ally. Sakura's intelligence and chakra precision suggested she might notice inconsistencies in Naruto's abilities if he wasn't careful. And their Jonin instructor Kakashi Hatake was reportedly one of the village's elite. His reputation preceded him, copy ninja, master of 1,000 jutsu, former ANBU captain. Hiding enhanced abilities from someone of his caliber would prove challenging indeed. Your Jonin instructors will arrive after lunch to meet their teams, Iruka concluded. Until then, you're dismissed. Congratulations again, all of you. As students dispersed, chattering excitedly about their assignments, Naruto remained seated, contemplating his next move. Direct interaction with teammates now could establish baselines for their expectations of his abilities useful for controlling what they might notice later. "Hey, Sakura," he called, approaching his new teammate with deliberately tempered enthusiasm, not the overwhelming crush behavior of his past self, but friendly interest appropriate for a team member. She turned, surprise evident in her expression at his unusually calm demeanor. "What is it, Naruto? Since we're on the same team now, I thought maybe we could have lunch together?" He gestured to include their third member. "Sasuke, might be good to talk before meeting our sensei." The suggestion reasonable, mature, team-oriented visibly confused both of them. This wasn't the Naruto they expected, the impulsive prankster who would have either loudly celebrated being on Sakura's team or challenged Sasuke immediately. "They notice the difference," warned Kurama. "You're deviating too far from established patterns." Naruto mentally acknowledged the misstep and quickly course-corrected, scratching the back of his head with a broader, more familiar grin. "Plus, I want to know how you guys think we got stuck with each other. I mean, what's Iruka-sensei thinking, putting me with this JRK?" The insult directed at Sasuke instantly restored familiar dynamics: Sakura's defensive reaction, Sasuke's dismissive HN, and the comfortable routine of Team DSF and CTN they all expected. "As if I'd have lunch with you, Naruto?" Sakura huffed, turning to their third teammate with a complete change in demeanor. "But Sasuke, I'd love to." "Not interested," the Uchiha cut her off, standing to leave. He paused briefly beside Naruto, dark eyes studying him with unsettling intensity. "Meet at the assigned training ground after lunch. Don't be late." With that, he departed, leaving Naruto and Sakura in awkward silence. "Well handled," approved Yuki. The recovery preserved expected behavior patterns while still establishing team-oriented intentions. Naruto sighed internally. This balancing act would prove more difficult than he'd anticipated, maintaining his established persona while gradually revealing improved skills without raising suspicions about the rate or nature of his development. "See you later, Sakura," he said, heading for the door. Lunch would be better spent alone, giving him time to consult with the Bijou about approach strategies for their Jonin instructor. "He's late," Sakura complained, pacing the training ground where Team 7 had been waiting for over 2 hours. "How can a Jonin be this irresponsible?" Naruto sat cross-legged on the grass, outwardly projecting boredom while inwardly engaged in tactical discussion with Yuki. The Eight Tails had been analyzing what little information they had about Kakashi Hatake, developing potential strategies for the inevitable assessment exercise. His reputation suggests emphasis on teamwork despite his solitary nature, Yuki reasoned. "Your challenge will be balancing effective contribution without revealing capabilities beyond reasonable genin parameters." "Maybe he got lost," Naruto suggested aloud, maintaining his role in the team's surface dynamic while continuing internal strategy development. Sasuke leaned against a nearby tree, apparently meditating but radiating awareness that Naruto could sense with Matatabi's training. The Uchiha was watching him, measuring him, cataloging changes while maintaining his aloof facade. A Jonin wouldn't get lost going to his own assigned training ground, Sakura retorted, frustration evident. This is so unprofessional. Before Naruto could respond, his enhanced senses detected an approaching chakra signature tightly controlled, deliberately understated, yet carrying unmistakable power beneath its casual presentation. He's coming, Naruto announced without thinking, eyes turning toward the path before any visual confirmation appeared. Both teammates looked at him curiously, then followed his gaze just as a silver-haired figure ambled into view, orange book in hand and posture radiating indifference. How did you know? Sasuke asked quietly, eyes narrowing with suspicion. Naruto realized his mistake immediately. Normal genin shouldn't have sensed Kakashi's approach given the Jonin's skill at suppressing his presence. Lucky guess, he shrugged, mentally cursing the slip while Kurama growled about carelessness. Sasuke clearly didn't believe him but had no opportunity to press further as their instructor reached them. Sorry I'm late, Kakashi said without looking up from his book. A black cat crossed my path, so I had to take the long way around. The obvious lie received appropriate reactions: Sakura's indignation, Sasuke's scoff, and Naruto's exaggerated outrage. But beneath the performance, Naruto studied their new sensei with senses enhanced beyond normal human perception. Kakashi's chakra told a different story than his casual demeanor. Beneath the seemingly lackadaisical exterior lay precision, control, and constant awareness. Every movement, however lazy it appeared, served a purpose, either gathering information or projecting deliberate misdirection. He's testing you already, observed Yuki. Watching how you interact, how you respond to provocation, what you reveal when you think you're not being evaluated. Let's begin with introductions, Kakashi suggested, finally closing his book. Names, likes, dislikes, hobbies, dreams for the future, that sort of thing. Why don't you go first, sensei? Sakura prompted. Show us how it's done. Kakashi's visible eye curved in what might have been a smile. Me? I'm Kakashi Hatake. Things I like and dislike. I don't feel like telling you. Dreams for the future. Never really thought about it. Hobbies. I have lots of hobbies. The non-answer was clearly designed to frustrate while revealing nothing. Another test of their reactions. Sakura complained about learning nothing except his name, while Sasuke's eyes narrowed fractionally. Your turn, Kakashi pointed to Sakura. Pink hair first. As Sakura launched into her introduction largely focused on her crush on Sasuke, Naruto took the opportunity to examine Kakashi's left eye beneath the Hittite. With chakra sensory abilities developed through Bijou training, he could detect something unusual: a different chakra signature, a foreign presence that pulsed with dormant power. Sharingan, Kurama identified immediately, recognizing the chakra pattern. Transplanted, not natural. Interesting. This information shifted Naruto's assessment significantly. A Sharingan user would perceive chakra fluctuations more easily, potentially noticing when Naruto drew on Bijou powers if he wasn't extremely careful. Next, broody. Kakashi indicated Sasuke, who delivered his introduction with characteristic intensity, emphasizing his ambition to kill a certain someone and restore his clan. Hatred festers within that one, noted Isabu with uncharacteristic concern. A dangerous path that leads only to deeper darkness. Finally, Kakashi turned to Naruto. Last but not least, Blondie. This was a pivotal moment. First impressions would establish baseline expectations. Naruto carefully calibrated his response to reveal improvement from his academy persona while avoiding suspicion about the extent of his development. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, he began with appropriate enthusiasm. I like ramen, especially from Ichiraku, and training to get stronger. I dislike the 3 minutes it takes for instant ramen to cook, and people who judge others without knowing them. The last part slipped out unplanned, a reflection of his evolving perspective on the village's treatment of both himself and the Bijou. My hobbies are comparing different types of ramen and learning new jutsu. This tracked with his known personality while hinting at his improved focus on skill development. And my dream. Here Naruto paused, realizing his standard declaration about becoming Hokage felt somehow insufficient now. His experiences with the Bijou had expanded his worldview beyond simple recognition from the village. My dream is to become Hokage, he continued, maintaining consistency with his established character. But not just that. I want to change how people see things they don't understand to build bridges instead of walls. The metaphor reflected Isabu's description of his evolving role, and Naruto sensed the three tails' approval rippling through their connection. Kakashi's visible eyes studied him with momentary intensity before returning to its usual half-lidded indifference. Interesting dreams, all of you. Tomorrow we'll begin duties as Team 7. What kind of duties? Sakura asked eagerly. Survival training, Kakashi answered casually. But not ordinary training. I'll be your opponent. He proceeded to explain the real Genin test, that only 9 of the 27 graduates would actually become Genin, with the rest returning to the academy. His revelation that the test had a 66% failure rate produced the expected shock from Sakura and determination from Sasuke. Naruto maintained appropriate surprise while Gyuki analyzed the implications. A secondary assessment focusing on practical application rather than theoretical knowledge. Logical, if somewhat inefficient from a resource allocation perspective. As Kakashi provided details about tomorrow's meeting, instructing them to skip breakfast with an ominous warning about vomiting, Naruto mentally outlined his approach. He would need to demonstrate improved skills without revealing Bijou-enhanced abilities, contribute to team success without overshadowing his teammates, and impress their instructor without raising questions about his sudden competence. A difficult balance to maintain, acknowledged Matatabi. But necessary for your long-term strategy. When Kakashi dismissed them with a cheerful, "See you tomorrow," and disappeared in a swirl of leaves, the newly formed Team 7 dispersed with minimal interaction, Sasuke declining Sakura's invitation to train together, Sakura rejecting Naruto's similar offer, each heading their separate ways. Naruto walked slowly toward his apartment, lost in conversation with the Bijou about tomorrow's challenge. Their collective centuries of battle experience provided insights no academy training could match, though he would need to carefully filter which strategies he actually implemented. A familiar presence fell into step beside him, interrupting his internal strategizing. Naruto. Sasuke? Naruto glanced sideways at his teammate, surprised by the unprecedented voluntary interaction. What's up? The Uchiha maintained his forward gaze, voice deliberately casual. You sensed Kakashi-sensei before he was visible. How? The direct question confirmed Sasuke had indeed noticed the slip. Naruto considered his options quickly, settling on a partial truth that aligned with his established development narrative. I've been working on chakra sensing since graduation, he explained with a shrug. Found some scrolls about it in the library. Still figuring it out, but sometimes it works. Sasuke's dark eyes slid toward him, assessing the explanation. The library doesn't carry sensing technique scrolls below Chunin clearance. Caught in the inconsistency, Naruto improvised. They fine. Iruka-sensei gave me some pointers after the Mizuki thing. Said I should work on awareness techniques if I want to survive as a ninja. This explanation meant to provide basic training following a significant event offered reasonable justification without revealing the true source of his abilities. Sasuke seemed to accept this, nodding slightly. After several steps in silence, he spoke again. About tomorrow's test. Yeah. Don't get in my way. With that warning delivered, Sasuke peeled off at the next intersection, heading toward the Uchiha compound without further comment. Naruto watched him go, sensing the complexities beneath the brusque exterior. He's more observant than I gave him credit for. The Uchiha will be problematic, Kurama growled. His eyes miss little and his suspicion runs deep. Or he could become an ally, Naruto countered, resuming his walk. He's driven by goals too, just different ones. The exchange had confirmed what Naruto already suspected. Maintaining his secrets would require increasing vigilance as team dynamics developed. Each teammate would notice different aspects of his evolution, building an incomplete picture that might eventually reveal the whole truth if he wasn't careful. Tomorrow's test will establish parameters for your perceived abilities, Yuki advised. Choose wisely what you reveal and what you conceal. With this caution in mind, Naruto altered his route, heading not home but toward a secluded training ground where he could practice genin-appropriate techniques with enough skill to impress but not enough to raise unanswerable questions. Finding the right balance would prove challenging, but Naruto welcomed the test. After all, he now had 9 ancient teachers helping him navigate these unfamiliar waters, 9 bonds growing stronger with each passing day. Moonlight filtered through trees as Naruto sat beside a forest pond, water's surface reflecting fractured silver as he channeled Aisabu's chakra. Small coral formations grew beneath the water, architectural wonders in miniature that would dissolve by morning, leaving no evidence of his practice. The coral feels different tonight, Naruto observed, sensing subtle changes in the material structure. More integrated with my own chakra. Yes, Aisabu confirmed, pleasure evident in his gentle voice. The boundaries between our energies begin to blur, not merging completely, but harmonizing more effectively. This development matched Naruto's experiences with the other Bijou as well. What had initially required intense concentration isolating and channeling each distinctive chakra type now came more naturally, chakra pathways adapting to accommodate multiple energy signatures flowing simultaneously. Is that normal? Naruto asked, watching coral patterns shift beneath the water's surface. For Jinchuriki and Bijou to harmonize like this? A momentary silence fell across his mindscape as the Bijou considered the question. Finally, Yuki responded, his deep voice thoughtful. It is not unprecedented, but exceedingly rare. My previous host, Blue Bee, achieved partial harmony before madness claimed him. Others throughout history have managed varying degrees of synchronization with their Bijou, usually after years or decades of effort. But none have attempted harmony with all 9 simultaneously, added Kokuo. Your situation remains unique in all recorded history. This uniqueness weighed on Naruto as both responsibility and opportunity. No roadmap existed for what he was attempting, no precedent to follow, no warnings of specific pitfalls ahead. I had another dream last night, he confessed, releasing the choral technique as he turned inward toward his mindscape. About the Sage of 6 Paths. Interest rippled through his consciousness as all 9 Bijou focused their attention. Dreams featuring their creator had begun shortly after Naruto's connection with the scroll stabilized vivid visions that felt more like memories than imagination. Tell us, urged Son Goku, unusual eagerness in the Four-Tail's rumbling voice. He was standing on water, Naruto described, eyes closing as he recalled the dreamscape. But not like water-walking jutsu. The water itself supported him, like it wanted to lift him up. Behind him stood all of you, but different. Younger maybe? Less defined. Before our full individuation, Matatabi suggested. When our personalities were still emerging from the Ten Tails division. Naruto nodded, continuing. He said something about cycles repeating, about harmony lost and found again. Then he looked directly at me like he could see across time and said, the bridge forms anew. 9 paths converge where hatred once divided. The Bijou remained silent following this recitation, each processing implications from their own perspective. Eventually, Kurama spoke, his voice uncharacteristically subdued. The old man had visions, glimpses across time that even he didn't fully comprehend. He spoke of a day when someone would unite what had been divided, when Bijou would be seen not as weapons but as the sentient beings he intended. You think that's me? Naruto asked, the responsibility of such a role both terrifying and strangely fitting. I think, Kurama replied carefully, that you are either that person or a stepping stone toward them. Either way, these dreams merit attention. Coming from the typically dismissive Nine Tails, this acknowledgement carried significant weight. Naruto felt something shift in their relationship, not friendship exactly, not yet, but a thawing of the ancient fox's hostility, replaced by reluctant recognition of shared purpose. I'll keep track of any more dreams, Naruto promised, sensing the importance these visions held for beings who had directly known the sage. As midnight approached, Naruto concluded his practice session and headed home, mind occupied with preparations for tomorrow's test. His path forward required careful navigation, revealing enough of his growing abilities to function effectively as a genin while concealing their true source and extent. The bonds forming between himself and the bijou complicated matters further. Each connection deepened his understanding but also altered his chakra signature in ways perceptive observers might notice. Kakashi's Sharingan presented particular challenges, as did Sasuke's growing suspicion and Hinata's Byakugan-enhanced perception. Yet these complications felt worthwhile when weighed against what he was gaining: not just power, but understanding. Each bijou offered unique perspectives shaped by centuries of existence, expanding Naruto's worldview beyond anything possible through conventional human teaching. Isabu's gentle wisdom and water affinity had taught patience and adaptability. Son Goku's volcanic intensity had forged determination and raw power. Kokuo's healing knowledge had addressed wounds both physical and emotional. Saiken's bubbling enthusiasm had revealed joy in discovery and creation. Komiai's philosophical outlook had reframed transformation as opportunity rather than loss. And even Kurama, for all his initial hostility, had begun offering grudging guidance, his ancient experience providing insights no other teacher could match. As Naruto reached his apartment, a familiar presence awaited perched on his windowsill like a harbinger of complications to come. "Bit late for social calls, Sasuke?" Naruto observed, unlocking his door while maintaining casual demeanor despite his surprise. The Uchiha's expression revealed nothing as he dropped silently to the walkway. "Tomorrow's test. Kakashi is a Jonin. None of us can beat him individually." The statement hung in the air, its implication clear despite Sasuke's reluctance to directly suggest cooperation. Naruto hid his surprise at this unexpected overture, keeping his response measured. "So, what are you thinking?" "Strategic coordination," Sasuke replied, the words clearly difficult for his pride to form. "Not teamwork. Not getting in each other's way." "And Sakura?" Sasuke's expression tightened. "If she can contribute, fine. If not, she stays clear." The proposal aligned perfectly with Gyuki's assessment of tomorrow's likely challenge, yet coming from the typically lone wolf Uchiha, it represented significant character development. Naruto wondered what had prompted this uncharacteristic reaching out. "You've changed," Sasuke said suddenly, as if reading Naruto's thoughts. "Since graduation. Fighting differently. Thinking differently." Dark eyes studied blue with uncomfortable intensity. "I need to know if those changes make you an asset or a liability tomorrow." The directness of the question demanded equally direct response. Naruto met Sasuke's gaze steadily, weighing his words carefully. "I've been training differently," he acknowledged. "Learning things the academy never taught. I'm stronger than I was, maybe not as strong as you yet, but getting there." This measured admission, acknowledging improvement while maintaining Sasuke's perceived superiority, struck the right balance between honesty and self-preservation. "What things?" Sasuke pressed. "From where?" Naruto gestured vaguely. "Here and there. Some scrolls, some techniques I figured out myself. Does it matter where they came from if they help us pass tomorrow?" Sasuke considered this, pride warring with practicality across his features. Finally, pragmatism won. "Be at training ground 3 an hour before," Kakashi said. "We'll coordinate approach." With that, he turned to leave, pausing briefly at the stairwell. "Naruto, don't hold back tomorrow." "Neither will I." As Sasuke disappeared into the night, Naruto entered his apartment with mixed emotions. The Uchiha's overture suggested potential for genuine teamwork despite his solitary nature. Yet his perceptiveness also presented danger. The more closely they worked together, the more opportunities Sasuke would have to observe inconsistencies in Naruto's abilities. "A calculated risk," assessed Gyuki. "Potential benefits of coordination may outweigh exposure concerns, particularly if you maintain careful control over which abilities you demonstrate." "The Uchiha seeks power," warned Kurama. "He will use you to achieve his goals, then discard you when convenient." "Maybe," Naruto acknowledged, preparing for bed despite knowing sleep would prove elusive. "Or maybe he's just lonely like I was, but too proud to admit it." This insight, compassion for the isolation hiding beneath Sasuke's arrogant exterior, reflected how deeply Naruto's perspective had evolved. Where once he had seen only a rival to surpass, Now he recognized a kindred spirit shaped by different traumas but similar solitude. As Naruto settled into meditation rather than sleep, preparing for one final training session in the mindscape before tomorrow's test, he reflected on how profoundly his world had changed since discovering the Forbidden Scroll. New abilities, new knowledge, new perspectives, all flowing from the bonds forming between himself and 9 beings who had once been strangers, then teachers, and now something approaching friends. Tomorrow would bring challenges balancing teamwork with secrecy, impressing Kakashi without revealing too much, navigating Sasuke's perceptiveness and Sakura's intelligence. But Naruto faced these challenges with resources unimaginable just weeks ago. The collective wisdom of 9 ancient beings and the strength of bonds growing stronger every day. The bridge between human and Bijou was forming, one connection at a time. Pre-dawn light cast long shadows across Training Ground 3 as Naruto arrived, precisely 1 hour before Kakashi's scheduled time as agreed with Sasuke. The air hung heavy with morning dew, mist curling between ancient trees that had witnessed generations of Konoha shinobi proving their worth. Sasuke already waited, leaning against a wooden post with feigned casualness that couldn't quite mask his heightened awareness. His dark eyes tracked Naruto's approach, evaluating every movement with calculated precision. "You're on time," the Uchiha observed, surprise barely detectable beneath his usual stoicism. Naruto shrugged, maintaining the carefully calibrated balance between his old persona and new capabilities. "Said I would be, didn't I? So what's the plan?" Without preamble, Sasuke outlined his assessment of their situation, logical, tactical, and thorough in a way that impressed even Gyuki. The Eight Tails had been tutoring Naruto in strategic thinking for what felt like years in Mindscape time, yet Sasuke's natural aptitude for battlefield analysis rivaled these lessons. Kakashi is Jonin level, specializing in ninjutsu with rumors of ANBU background, Sasuke explained, drawing a rough map of the training ground in the dirt. Direct confrontation is suicide. We need to identify the parameters of his test, then exploit any weaknesses or loopholes. Impressive reasoning for one so young, Gyuki acknowledged. The Uchiha thinks like a commander, not merely a warrior. "What about Sakura?" Naruto asked, crouching to study Sasuke's diagram. A flicker of annoyance crossed Sasuke's features. Limited combat capability but high intelligence. She'll recognize patterns before we do. Useful for analysis, liability in direct engagement. The assessment matched Naruto's own, though he noted the emotional detachment with which Sasuke categorized their teammate assets and liabilities rather than people. Another difference in their evolving perspectives. "So we coordinate but fight separately?" Naruto suggested, adding potential movement paths to Sasuke's map. "Play to our strengths while covering each other's blind spots?" Sasuke's eyes narrowed slightly, not with suspicion this time, but with something approaching reassessment. "Yes. Exactly." He hesitated before adding, "Your tactical thinking has improved." The observation hung between them, acknowledgement of change without direct questioning of its source. Naruto accepted the implicit olive branch with a nod, continuing their planning session until Sakura's arrival broke their unexpected rapport. "You're both here already?" she exclaimed, clearly surprised to find them working together. "What are you doing?" "Preparing," Sasuke replied curtly, erasing their dirt map with his foot. "Kakashi will test our combat capabilities. Be ready." Sakura's expression shifted from confusion to determination, eager to prove herself worthy of her team placement, particularly to Sasuke. "I've been studying Jonin assessment techniques. They typically evaluate teamwork more than individual skill." Her insight aligned perfectly with Gyuki's analysis, confirming Naruto's suspicion that their pink-haired teammate's intelligence would prove more valuable than her combat abilities. "Then we should coordinate," Naruto suggested, carefully watching both teammates' reactions. "Not get in each other's way at minimum, actively support when possible." Sasuke gave a curt nod while Sakura looked between them with growing confusion. This collaborative Naruto clearly contradicted her established expectations, the class clowns suddenly proposing rational strategy rather than boasting about individual heroics. "Since when are you the tactical type?" she asked, suspicion edging her voice. Naruto shrugged, deflecting with partial truth. Getting my butt kicked by Mizuki-sensei was a good lesson. Sometimes you need to think before jumping in. The explanation satisfied her immediate curiosity, though Naruto sensed she'd filed the inconsistency away for future reference. Sakura's analytical mind would prove problematic for maintaining his secrets long-term, perhaps even more so than Sasuke's observational skills. As they awaited their chronically late sensei, Naruto took the opportunity to subtly extend his sensory perception, a technique Matatabi had been refining with him. The cat Bijou specialized in detecting emotional states through chakra fluctuations, teaching Naruto to read intentions and feelings beyond surface presentations. Your female teammate harbors significant insecurity beneath her intellectual confidence, Matatabi observed. The Uchiha masks grief with determination, anger with discipline. Both conceal more than they reveal, not unlike yourself. The insight helped Naruto adjust his approach, finding common ground with teammates who, like him, presented carefully constructed facades to the world. Before he could pursue this further, Kakashi's chakra signature appeared at the edge of his enhanced perception, approaching with deliberate slowness that suggested intentional tardiness rather than genuine delay. "He's coming," Naruto announced quietly, careful this time to wait until their sensei was theoretically within normal detection range. His teammates tensed, prepared for the assessment that would determine their shinobi careers. Kakashi arrived with theatrical casualness, orange book in hand and visible eye curved in false apology. "Sorry I'm late. A black cat crossed my path, so I had to take the long way." The obvious lie received appropriate eye rolls before Kakashi explained their challenge: 2 bells, 3 students, limited time, failure meaning no lunch and potential return to the academy. The parameters created artificial scarcity and competition, transparently designed to test their willingness to prioritize individual success over group cohesion. A classic evaluation of values under pressure, Gyuki noted. The question is not whether you can obtain a bell, but whether you recognize the underlying purpose of the exercise. As Kakashi set the timer and called for them to begin, the 3 genin candidates scattered into surrounding foliage, not fleeing in panic but withdrawing strategically to observation positions they had established during their planning session. Naruto crouched behind dense undergrowth, extending his senses to track both Kakashi's position and his teammates' movements. The Jonin stood in the clearing, seemingly absorbed in his book while projecting an aura of boredom. But beneath this casual exterior, Naruto sensed heightened awareness, carefully modulated chakra ready to respond to attack from any direction. "He's better than he lets on," Kurama growled, his assessment carrying grudging respect. "The laziness is a facade. He's analyzing your team's dynamics through response patterns." Naruto weighed his options carefully. Rushing in would maintain his established impulsive image but waste the strategic advantage of coordination. Waiting too long might signal overcaution inconsistent with his known personality. The balance required constant calibration. Across the training ground, Sasuke had reached similar conclusions. A subtle hand signal, one they had established during their brief planning session, indicated he would initiate first contact to gauge Kakashi's response patterns. Naruto acknowledged with an equally subtle gesture, preparing to observe and analyze. Sasuke's attack came with precision and controlled aggression, shuriken followed by taijutsu combinations executed with textbook perfection. Kakashi defended without looking up from his book, his casual dismissal clearly designed to provoke emotional response. The choreography provided valuable data. Kakashi moved with calculated efficiency, revealing just enough skill to counter each attack while concealing his true capabilities. Naruto cataloged movement patterns, response times, and potential weaknesses for exploitation. Now would be an appropriate moment to demonstrate improved but not suspicious skill levels, advised Gyuki. Support your teammate without overshadowing him. Naruto created 3 shadow clones, enough to demonstrate progress beyond academy level without revealing the hundreds he could now produce. They circled to flank Kakashi. While the original prepared a more complex maneuver, carefully calibrated to show tactical thinking without Bijou-enhanced abilities. The clones attacked in sequence, each engaging briefly before substituting with another, creating an unpredictable pattern designed to distract rather than defeat. Meanwhile, Naruto positioned himself for Sasuke's follow-up, recognizing the Uchiha's fire technique preparation from their earlier strategizing. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. As flames erupted toward Kakashi, Naruto launched kunai through the blaze, heating the metal to near melting point, a technique inspired by Son Goku's teachings but achievable without directly channeling the Four Tails chakra. The superheated weapons forced Kakashi to substitute rather than merely dodge, creating momentary disorientation. Now, Sakura! Naruto called, signaling their teammate who had positioned herself precisely as planned. She emerged from concealment, launching Senbon needles toward Kakashi's new location with surprising accuracy. Though none connected, the coordinated three-pronged attack clearly caught their sensei off guard enough that his book disappeared into its pouch as he reassessed his students with newfound interest. Well, Kakashi mused, visible eye studying each genin candidate with heightened attention. Not what I expected from fresh academy graduates. The acknowledgement carried genuine surprise beneath its casual DLVRY. Naruto sensed Kakashi's chakra shifting, still restrained but more actively engaged, suggesting they had exceeded his initial expectations. We're full of surprises, Naruto grinned, maintaining his enthusiastic persona while exchanging tactical signals with his teammates. Their brief planning session had established basic coordination, but this actual combat cooperation exceeded what they had anticipated. Kakashi's response came swiftly, a sequence of taijutsu movements that separated the team members, testing their individual capabilities while disrupting their emerging coordination. Naruto found himself driven back into the forest, momentarily isolated from his teammates. He's evaluating you individually now, Matatabi observed. Show enough to impress but not enough to raise questions. The advice guided Naruto's response as Kakashi engaged him directly. He demonstrated improved taijutsu more precise than his academy form but deliberately maintaining minor inefficiencies consistent with recent self-training. His shadow clones employed basic combination attacks that suggested improved strategic thinking without revealing the complex battle algorithms Gyuki had taught him. Throughout the exchange, Naruto carefully monitored his chakra output, ensuring no trace of Bijou energy leaked into his techniques. The control required divided attention, making his defense genuinely challenging despite his enhanced capabilities. Your form has improved, Kakashi noted during a brief pause, visible eye curved in what might have been approval or suspicion. Self-taught. Mostly, Naruto replied, the partial truth coming easily. Found some scrolls in the library after graduation. Been practicing. Before Kakashi could probe further, Sasuke re-entered the confrontation from an unexpected angle, forcing the Jonin to divide his attention. The Uchiha had clearly recognized Kakashi's strategy of isolation and adapted accordingly, a demonstration of tactical flexibility that impressed even Gyuki. The Uchiha has potential, the Eight Tails acknowledged. He reads battlefield flow instinctively. As the engagement continued, a subtle rhythm emerged between Naruto and Sasuke, not formal teamwork yet, but complementary movements that maximize their combined effectiveness. When Sasuke attacked high, Naruto targeted low. When Kakashi focused on one, the other created openings rather than seeking individual glory. Even Sakura found her role, using her perfect chakra control to set subtle traps that limited Kakashi's movement options, herding him toward more favorable engagement zones. Though clearly outmatched in direct combat, her analytical mind contributed meaningfully to their collective effort. The Bell test progressed through several phases: direct confrontation giving way to guerrilla tactics, then psychological warfare as Kakashi employed genjutsu to test their mental resilience. Throughout it all, Team 7 demonstrated unexpected cohesion, adapting to challenges collectively rather than fracturing under pressure. As the timer approached its final minutes, Naruto sensed a shift in Kakashi's evaluation. The Jonin's chakra reflected reassessment, his movements now testing cooperation rather than individual skill. This confirmed Gyuki's initial analysis: the true purpose lay in teamwork, not Bell acquisition. Now is the moment for decisive action, the Eight Tails advised. Demonstrate willing self-sacrifice to benefit teammates, the ultimate expression of teamwork values. Following this guidance, Naruto implemented their final strategy. creating shadow clones as distraction, he positioned himself to secure both bells while deliberately leaving himself vulnerable to counterattack. As anticipated, Kakashi exploited this opening, trapping Naruto while the bells remained tantalizingly out of reach. Now, Naruto called to his teammates, accepting personal failure to create team opportunity. Sasuke and Sakura executed the plan maneuver perfectly, the Uchiha securing both bells while Sakura provided covering support. As the timer rang, they stood before their sensei Sasuke holding both prizes while Naruto remained bound by Kakashi's restraining technique. Interesting outcome, Kakashi observed, releasing Naruto from the trap. 2 bells, 3 students. What happens now? The question hung between them, the final test of their understanding. Sasuke looked at the bells in his hand, then at his teammates, internal conflict visible despite his controlled expression. Naruto created the opening, he said finally, tossing 1 bell to the blonde. He earned this. The gesture, unexpected from the typically self-focused Uchiha, surprised everyone, Naruto included. But before he could respond, Sakura stepped forward. Actually, she said with unexpected resolve, Naruto should get both bells. He figured out the test was about teamwork before either of us. I was focused on impressing. I mean, on individual performance. Silence fell across Training Ground 3 as Kakashi studied his potential students with new intensity. Then, to everyone's surprise, he began to laugh. This is certainly unusual, the Jonin chuckled, closing his book definitively. I've failed dozens of genin candidates, and none have quite grasped the lesson like this. He gestured for Sasuke to keep the bells. The test was indeed about teamwork, valuing your comrades above mission parameters or personal achievement. By working together despite the artificial scarcity I created, and now by recognizing each other's contributions rather than competing for reward, you've demonstrated the fundamental quality I look for in potential students. Relief washed over Team 7 as Kakashi officially passed them, transforming them from candidates to genuine genin. As he outlined expectations for their first official meeting tomorrow, Naruto exchanged glances with his teammates, subtle acknowledgement of shared achievement that felt strangely significant. The foundation for effective teamwork is established, Gyuki noted with approval. This will provide cover for gradually revealing enhanced abilities without raising undue suspicion. Kurama's assessment proved less optimistic. The more closely you work with them, the more opportunities they have to notice inconsistencies. The Uchiha already watches too carefully. Both perspectives held merit, Naruto realized as Team 7 dispersed following Kakashi's dismissal. His teammates' growing familiarity would both facilitate and complicate his unique development path. Good work today, Sasuke offered unexpectedly as they left the training ground, the closest thing to praise Naruto had ever received from his rival. You too, Naruto replied, genuine respect coloring his response. Those fire techniques were impressive. Something shifted in Sasuke's expression, not quite a smile, but a softening of his perpetual guard. Tomorrow we start real missions. Don't slow me down. The comment carried less hostility than similar statements in the past, closer to competitive camaraderie than genuine disdain. As Sasuke departed with a casual wave, Naruto sensed Sakura watching this exchange with confusion, her understanding of team dynamics requiring significant recalibration. Since when are you two friendly? She asked, falling into step beside Naruto as they walked toward the village. Naruto shrugged, maintaining his casual demeanor. We worked well together today. Doesn't mean we're friends or anything. But you're different with him, she persisted, analytical mind processing the shift. Less antagonistic. Coordinated. The observation demonstrated Sakura's perceptiveness, a quality Naruto would need to account for in managing his evolving capabilities. People change, I guess. Becoming genin makes childish rivalries seem kinda stupid. This philosophical response clearly surprised her, green eyes widening slightly. That's actually mature, Naruto. Her tone suggested this maturity contradicted her established image of him, another data point in her growing collection of inconsistencies. Before she could pursue this further, Naruto deflected with practiced ease. Don't sound so shocked. I have my moments. He grinned, deliberately brightening his voice. Hey, want to get ramen to celebrate passing? My treat. The invitation, ostensibly friendly but strategically timed to interrupt her analysis, achieved its purpose. Sakura declined politely, mentioning plans to inform her parents of her success, and they parted ways at the next intersection. As Naruto continued alone toward Ichiraku's, he reflected on the day's developments. Team 7 had demonstrated unexpected potential, their complementary abilities harmonizing more effectively than anticipated. Kakashi had proven observant but not suspicious, noting improvements without questioning their origins. Most significantly, bonds had begun forming tentative connections that transcended their former classroom dynamics. You performed adequately, Kurama acknowledged grudgingly. Demonstrated improvement without revealing our influence. Coming from the typically critical Nine Tails, this constituted high praise. Naruto smiled inwardly, sensing the fox's reluctant approval beneath his gruff assessment. Thanks for not interfering, Naruto replied mentally. I know it's tempting to show off what we can really do. Kurama's response carried unexpected insight. The truly powerful never need to prove themselves to others. Let them underestimate you, it only increases your advantage. This wisdom, so contrary to Naruto's former desire for acknowledgement, reflected how profoundly his perspective had evolved. Where once he had craved recognition above all else, now he understood the strategic value of being underestimated. As Naruto settled at Ichiraku's counter, ordering his celebratory ramen, Tsuchi noticed the new headband with genuine pride. A real shinobi now. Congratulations, Naruto. The simple acknowledgement warmed him more than expected. Despite all his secret training, despite the ancient beings sharing his consciousness, these human connections still mattered deeply. Thanks, old man, Naruto grinned, accepting the extra-large portion Tsuchi placed before him. Just passed my final test today. As he ate, Naruto allowed himself rare relaxation, temporarily setting aside the constant vigilance required to maintain his precarious balance between growth and secrecy. Tomorrow would bring new challenges as Team 7 began official missions, but tonight he would simply enjoy this milestone. The first hurdle had been cleared. Many more awaited. Komiai's training domain defied conventional physics, a realm of perpetual sunset where gravity became suggestion rather than law. Naruto hovered midair, suspended by scale powder techniques the Seven Tails had been teaching with characteristic enthusiasm. Magnificent! Chomei buzzed as Naruto successfully executed a complex aerial maneuver, leaving iridescent scale trails that hung in the mindscape like crystallized light. Your body remembers what your mind learns, even when physically separated. The observation highlighted the unique advantage of mindscape training experiences, here translated to muscle memory in the physical world despite his body never performing the actual movements. Techniques practiced for subjective months required minimal physical adaptation when implemented outside. It feels natural now, Naruto acknowledged, directing scale powder to form platforms, bridges, and defensive barriers in rapid sequence. Like I've always known how to fly. The joy of transformation. Komiai's wings created delighted gusts. What once seemed impossible becomes instinctual through proper metamorphosis. 4 weeks had passed since Team 7's formation, filled with D-rank missions that tested patience more than skill. Throughout this PRD, Naruto had continued intensive mindscape training while carefully revealing only minor improvements in the physical world. Tonight's session with Chomei focused on aerial mobility techniques, allowing limited flight through scale powder manipulation. Unlike other Bijou abilities that required direct chakra manifestation, these techniques utilized external substance creation, making them less detectable as foreign chakra signatures. The powder itself carries minimal chakra traces, Chomei explained as Naruto practiced density manipulation. Once separated from your body, it becomes indistinguishable from natural environmental particles to all but the most specialized sensors. This quality made scale techniques particularly valuable for Naruto's gradual power revelation strategy. He could implement significant mobility advantages without exposing his Bijou connection, especially useful as Team 7 progressed toward more challenging assignments. Speaking of missions, Naruto transitioned, forming a scale platform to sit cross-legged in midair, We're getting restless with all these D-ranks. Sasuke's practically twitching with boredom, and even Sakura mentioned wanting something more challenging. Komiai's multifaceted eyes glimmered with amusement. The chrysalis stage always feels confining before transformation. Your team requires growth opportunity to develop properly. Exactly. Naruto agreed, gesturing enthusiastically. But how do we convince Kakashi-sensei and the old man to give us something better? I was thinking of making a scene during mission assignment tomorrow. Sometimes the caterpillar must wriggle vigorously to attract attention. Chomei approved. Though consider coordinating with teammates rather than acting unilaterally reinforce emerging cooperation patterns. The advice aligned with Gyuki's strategic emphasis on team development. Though maintaining his secrets remained priority, Naruto had discovered genuine appreciation for Team 7's potential, their complementary abilities creating synergy that exceeded individual capabilities. As their training session concluded, Naruto sensed another bijou awaiting attention, Kurama's presence hovering at the edges of consciousness with uncharacteristic patience. The Nine Tails had been increasingly active in recent weeks, gradually transitioning from reluctant observer to occasional instructor. The beetle's techniques have merit, Kurama acknowledged as Naruto's consciousness shifted to the fox's domain, a landscape of rolling hills and ancient forests rather than the cage that had initially defined their interaction space. But flight makes you visible, vulnerable. Sometimes true power lies in remaining unseen. This introduction preceded Kurama's first formal training session, stealth and presence concealment techniques, drawing on the fox's millennia of evading human detection. Unlike other bijou who taught primarily offensive or defensive abilities, Kurama emphasized perception manipulation. A shinobi who cannot be sensed holds advantage over even the most powerful opponent, the Nine Tails explained, demonstrating chakra suppression methods that rendered him nearly undetectable despite his enormous power. Conceal your strength until the precise moment its revelation serves maximum advantage. 4 hours that stretched into subjective days, Naruto practiced these techniques, learning to compress his chakra signature until it resembled civilian levels, to mask emotional fluctuations that might trigger sensor detection, to move without disturbing surrounding energy patterns. This feels completely opposite to how I used to be, Naruto observed during a brief rest PRD. I always wanted everyone to notice me, to acknowledge my existence. Kurama studied him with ancient eyes that had witnessed centuries of human evolution. Because you confused attention with respect. True acknowledgement comes not from being seen, but from being understood, something far rarer and more valuable. The insight struck deeply, illuminating how profoundly Naruto's perspective had shifted. His former desperate bids for attention now seemed childish compared to the genuine connections forming both with teammates and bijou. Is that why you hated humans so much? Naruto asked, venturing into territory previously avoided. Because they never tried to understand you? The Nine Tails tensed visibly, massive tails swishing with agitation. For a moment, Naruto thought he had overstepped, expected the familiar rage to resurface. Instead, Kurama's response came with surprising thoughtfulness. Humans fear what they cannot control. Rather than seek understanding, they sought containment. Rather than communication, they imposed subjugation. The fox's gaze turned distant, recalling centuries of experience. When the only human interaction you've known is enslavement, trust becomes difficult. The uncharacteristic vulnerability in this admission formed another thread in their gradually strengthening bond, not friendship yet, but mutual recognition extending beyond mere cohabitation. I'm sorry that happened to you, Naruto said simply. It wasn't right. Kurama's expression flickered with surprise before settling into familiar gruffness. Your sympathy changes nothing. Focus on your training. Concealment techniques require concentration beyond most humans' capability. The deflection didn't mask the slight shift in their dynamic, another small step toward genuine partnership rather than reluctant coexistence. As training resumed with increased intensity, Naruto sensed something new in Kurama's instruction, not just knowledge transmission but genuine investment in his development. By the time Naruto's consciousness returned to the physical world, dawn light filtered through his apartment windows. Despite hours in the mindscape, His body felt refreshed, another benefit of the time differential that allowed extended training without physical exhaustion. Today marked 5 weeks since Team 7's formation. Today, Naruto decided they would push for advancement. That's it. Naruto slammed the completed mission report onto the Hokage's desk with carefully calibrated indignation. No more cat catching, no more weeding gardens, no more D-rank chores. We're ready for something challenging. The performance planned in advance and subtly coordinated with teammates unfolded perfectly. Sasuke maintained stoic agreement while Sakura voiced token objections to Naruto's rudeness that nevertheless supported his fundamental point. Kakashi feigned embarrassment while actually allowing the confrontation to proceed, his chakra reflecting amusement rather than genuine disapproval. The third Hokage puffed his pipe thoughtfully, studying Team 7 over steepled fingers. Though his expression suggested mild annoyance at Naruto's outburst, his chakra revealed something different: assessment, consideration, perhaps even approval of their coordinated approach. You believe your team is ready for C-rank assignments, Kakashi? The Hokage asked, transferring decision responsibility to their Jonin instructor. Kakashi's visible eye curved in his characteristic smile. They've completed the required number of D-ranks, and their teamwork has developed adequately. Perhaps a simple escort mission would provide appropriate advancement opportunity. The careful phrasing neither enthusiastic endorsement nor dismissal placed responsibility back with the Hokage while technically supporting his team's request. Naruto suppressed a smile at the subtle political maneuvering a dynamic Gyuki had been teaching him to recognize. Very well, the Hokage conceded, selecting a scroll from the C-rank section. I have a suitable assignment: escort protection for a bridge builder returning to the Land of Waves. Minimal combat anticipated, primarily deterrence against bandits and highway robbers. As he outlined mission parameters, Naruto exchanged subtle glances with his teammates: satisfaction from Sasuke, nervous excitement from Sakura, shared accomplishment that reinforced their developing bond. The planned confrontation had succeeded perfectly, advancing both their mission status and team cohesion. When the client entered Tazuna, an elderly bridge builder whose alcohol consumption barely masked genuine fear, Naruto extended his sensory perception subtly. Thanks to Matatabi's training, he detected anxiety far exceeding normal concern about bandit encounters. The old human conceals something, the Two Tails observed, her feline instincts for deception activating. His fear runs deeper than his stated circumstances would justify. Naruto filed this observation away while maintaining his outwardly enthusiastic response to the mission assignment. Whatever Tazuna concealed would reveal itself eventually. Meanwhile, the opportunity for Team 7's first significant challenge took priority. As they departed to prepare, Kakashi established departure time for the following morning. Naruto used the preparation PRD to make strategic decisions about equipment and abilities, balancing combat readiness against continued secrecy. In his apartment, he meticulously organized supplies, standard weapons supplemented by specialized tools reflecting his expanded capabilities. Small sand pouches inspired by Shikaku's techniques nestled alongside sealing materials incorporating Gyuki's lessons. Waterproof scrolls containing medical supplies reflected Kokuo's influence, while specially treated kunai designed for heat conductivity drew on Son Goku's teachings. Each item represented carefully calibrated power revelation equipment that enhanced capabilities without directly exposing Bijou connections. Similarly, Naruto planned technique usage progression abilities to demonstrate immediately versus those reserved for genuine emergency. The bridge builder's deception suggests potential combat beyond bandit encounters, Gyuki warned as Naruto finalized preparations. Be prepared for scenario escalation while maintaining appropriate genin-level response patterns. Balance is getting trickier, Naruto acknowledged, securing his equipment pouches. If things get dangerous enough to threaten the team, I'll need to show more than I planned. Your teammates' safety provides natural justification for capability escalation, Matatabi offered. Protecting precious people creates contextually appropriate opportunity for power revelation. The insight aligned perfectly with Naruto's evolving perspective, his growing bonds with Team 7 creating genuine priority rather than merely tactical consideration. Though maintaining his secrets remained important, their well-being now factored equally in his decision calculations. As evening descended over Konoha, Naruto performed one final equipment check before settling into meditation. Tonight would require careful mindscape communication, consulting each bijou about appropriate technique utilization for potential combat scenarios while preserving his cover identity. Beginning with Shikaku, Naruto moved systematically through strategy sessions with each bijou, developing layered response protocols for varying threat levels. The One-Tail's sand techniques could be partially revealed through prepared pouches, while Matatabi's heightened reflexes could manifest as instinctive movements under pressure. Small water manipulations can appear as basic water-style jutsu, Isabu suggested, the Three Tails' gentle wisdom focusing on plausible justification for each ability demonstration. Steam techniques present greater exposure risk, cautioned Kokuo. Reserve those for life-threatening circumstances where explanation becomes secondary to survival. Each bijou contributed practical recommendations, collectively creating a comprehensive strategy for Naruto's first significant mission. Even Kurama participated actively, his tactical experience proving invaluable despite his continued skepticism about human interactions. By midnight, plans were established, multiple contingencies for various scenarios, each balancing combat effectiveness against identity protection. As Naruto finally allowed himself proper rest, anticipation hummed through his consciousness, not merely for the mission itself, but for the opportunity it presented. Tomorrow, Team 7 would face their first real challenge. Tomorrow, Naruto would begin revealing the results of his secret training. Tomorrow, the bridge between potential and manifestation would extend another span. Morning sunlight glinted off kunai as they sliced through air, embedding into tree trunks with precision that would have been impossible for Naruto mere months earlier. The weapons formed a perfect circular pattern around their target, a water puddle conspicuously present despite no recent rainfall. Impressive reaction time, Kakashi commented casually from nearby, where he had substituted himself moments before the disguised enemy ninja sprung there. Ambush. Though you might have warned your teammates before attacking. Naruto maintained appropriately sheepish expression while inwardly calculating his response calibration. The disguised mist ninja's chakra signatures had been immediately apparent to his enhanced senses, an opportunity to demonstrate improved reflexes while maintaining plausible genin-level abilities. Something seemed off about that puddle, he explained with deliberate casualness. It hasn't rained in days. The partial truth satisfied Kakashi while establishing reasonable justification for his improved observational skills. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Sakura processed this unexpected competence with varying reactions, the Uchiha's eyes narrowing with reassessment while Sakura's widened with surprise. The captured demon brothers' Chunin-level missing nin from Kirigakure confirmed Tezuna's deception through interrogation. The Bridge Builders project threatened a shipping magnate named Gato, resulting in assassination contracts against both builder and bridge. What had been presented as bandit deterrence was actually protection against trained shinobi, solidly B-rank territory rather than the C-rank mission they had accepted. Team 7's response to this revelation demonstrated their developing dynamic perfectly. Sakura voiced logical concerns about mission parameters exceeding their preparation. Sasuke expressed determination to continue regardless of increased danger. Naruto supported continuation while emphasizing team safety over rigid mission completion, a perspective subtly influenced by Isabu's wisdom about adapting to changing circumstances rather than forcing predetermined outcomes. Kakashi evaluated these positions before turning to Tezuna, who employed emotional manipulation through family circumstances to secure their continued protection. The Jonin's decision to proceed came with clear warning about forthcoming danger and XPLCT instruction for genin to prioritize survival over mission completion if combat exceeded their capabilities. As they continued toward Wave Country by boat, Naruto engaged each teammate differently, asking Sakura about water country geography to reinforce her academic confidence, discussing battle tactics with Sasuke to build cooperative planning habits, and projecting attentive respect toward Kakashi to establish proper authority recognition. Deliberate relationship cultivation, observed Gyuki with approval. Building team cohesion through individualized interaction patterns. Beneath these tactical considerations, However, genuine connections continued strengthening. Naruto found himself genuinely valuing Sakura's intelligence, respecting Sasuke's determination, and appreciating Kakashi's calculated guidance, emotions transcending mere strategic positioning. When thick mist descended as they approached their destination, Naruto sensed the approaching threat before visual confirmation, a Jonin-level chakra signature concealed within the vapor, pulsing with killing intent that exceeded anything Team 7 had previously encountered. Momochi Zabuza identified Isabu with unusual tension. Demon of the Hidden Mist. Rank missing nin known for silent killing techniques. He specializes in water manipulation and assassination. The Three Tails' knowledge proved invaluable as Naruto subtly shifted position, placing himself between Tazuna and the approaching threat while maintaining appropriate genin-level alertness, not revealing his enhanced sensing abilities yet still demonstrating improved situational awareness. When Zabuza's massive sword came spinning through the mist, Kakashi's warning shout prompted Team 7's defensive formation around their client. The coordination displayed distinct improvement from their initial bell test movements, complementary rather than chaotic, positioning optimal rather than instinctive. Well, Zabuza's voice emerged from the thickening mist, killing intent radiating outward like physical pressure. Kakashi of the Sharingan. No wonder the demon brothers failed. The confrontation escalated rapidly, Kakashi revealing his transplanted Sharingan while instructing his genin team to protect Tazuna and avoid direct engagement. Zabuza's water clone technique created multiple identical opponents surrounding Team 7 with lethal intent. For Naruto, this presented the first significant combat decision point since beginning Bijou training. The threat level clearly exceeded standard genin capabilities, justifying enhanced response while requiring careful calibration to maintain his cover identity. Demonstration opportunity without full revelation, advised Gyuki quickly. Shadow clones and basic sensory awareness would appear as natural development from known capabilities. Following this guidance, Naruto created 12 shadow clones, a significant increase from previous demonstrations but far below his actual capacity. The clones moved with coordinated precision, engaging Zabuza's water duplicates while the original maintained protective position beside Tazuna. That's new, Sasuke commented, Sharingan activating as he analyzed Naruto's improved technique. When did you learn to create so many solid clones? Been practicing, Naruto replied with deliberate casualness, deflecting while maintaining focus on the combat situation. Figured we'd need everything we've got against this guy. The explanation satisfied immediate curiosity while combat conditions prevented deeper questioning. Meanwhile, Kakashi engaged the real Zabuza directly in exchange of Jonin-level techniques that quickly exceeded mere physical combat to include psychological warfare and strategic positioning. When Kakashi became trapped in Zabuza's water prison technique, the dynamic shifted dramatically, their instructor incapacitated, protection responsibility falling entirely to the genin team. This scenario exceeded their planned contingencies, requiring immediate tactical reassessment. Run! Kakashi ordered from within his liquid prison. His water clone can't pursue far from his real body. Take Tazuna and escape. Sasuke and Sakura hesitated, torn between obedience and loyalty. Naruto, however, had already calculated potential outcomes through Gyuki's strategic framework, recognizing that abandoning their instructor created worse survival probability than coordinated rescue attempt. We're not leaving you, Naruto stated with uncharacteristic calm that drew surprised glances from his teammates. We're getting you out instead. The declaration carried conviction that temporarily silenced Kakashi's objections. Naruto turned to his teammates, outlining a plan that balanced demonstrated ability against concealed capability. Sasuke would engage Zabuza's water clone directly, Sakura would maintain defensive position with Tazuna, and Naruto's shadow clones would create disruption opportunities. And the real you? Sasuke questioned, noting a gap in the strategy. Naruto grinned, a calculated expression balancing confidence with appropriate genin-level determination. I've got something special planned. Just trust me and be ready. The plan's execution began with synchronized precision, Sasuke engaging the water clone with fire techniques while Naruto's shadow clones created chaotic movement patterns designed to confuse tracking. Beneath this visible activity, the real Naruto implemented a subtler strategy, drawing on Bijou training while maintaining plausible genin capabilities. Using a sand pouch concealed in his equipment, ostensibly standard issue rather than Shikaku-inspired, Naruto directed minute particles into Zabuza's water prison. Simultaneously, he molded chakra in a pattern that would appear as standard water-style manipulation to observers while actually implementing Isabu's more sophisticated control technique. Subtle disruption rather than obvious counteraction, advised the Three Tails. Microscopic perturbation of molecular cohesion will weaken the prison without revealing unnatural capability. Following this guidance, Naruto created disturbance patterns within the water prison structure invisible to normal observation but progressively undermining its stability. Meanwhile, Sasuke's combat prowess against the water clone created genuine distraction, the Uchiha skills approaching Chunin level through his own intensive training. "Now, Sasuke," Naruto called at precisely the calculated moment, throwing a disguised Fuma shuriken that the Uchiha immediately recognized as opportunity rather than weapon. Sasuke caught and immediately enhanced the projectile with his own technique, a fire-style enhancement that masked Naruto's sand particle infusion while adding genuine destructive potential. The combination weapon flew toward Zabuza with deadly accuracy, forcing the missing nin to shift position to avoid decapitation. This momentary disruption, combined with Naruto's invisible sabotage of the water prison's molecular stability, created sufficient weakness for Kakashi to break free, a coordinated team achievement that appeared to result from conventional tactics rather than Bijou-enhanced manipulation. Clever strategy, Kakashi acknowledged as combat resumed between Jonin opponents, his Sharingan analyzing the water prison's unexpected structural failure, disrupting his concentration while targeting physical vulnerability. The explanation satisfied surface observation while overlooking deeper manipulation, exactly as Naruto had intended. Meanwhile, Zabuza's growing frustration manifested in increasingly aggressive techniques, driving combat escalation that tested Team 7's defensive capabilities. When Zabuza launched a massive water dragon technique, Kakashi countered with identical jutsu Sharingan, copying the complex sequence perfectly. The resulting collision created chaotic water dispersion that threatened to sweep away the genin team and their client. Here, Naruto implemented another calculated power revelation, creating shadow clone platforms that appeared as standard application of an established technique while actually incorporating Komiai's density manipulation principles. The clones formed stable footing amidst churning water, allowing Team 7 to maintain position rather than being scattered by the jutsu's aftermath. "Good thinking," Sakura commented, stabilizing herself on a clone platform while maintaining protective position beside Tazuna. "Your clone control has really improved." The acknowledgement reinforced Naruto's cover narrative gradual improvement through dedicated practice rather than quantum leap through Bijou training. Meanwhile, the combat between Kakashi and Zabuza reached climactic intensity, copy ninja utilizing psychological warfare alongside physical techniques to undermine his opponent's composure. When Sunban needles suddenly struck Zabuza's neck, apparently killing him instantly, Team 7's relief mingled with confusion at the mysterious masked ninja who claimed responsibility. The Kiri Hunter nin's appearance and removal of Zabuza's body concluded immediate danger while raising questions about timing and motivation. "Deception," warned Matatabi instantly, her perception detecting inconsistencies in the Hunter nin's chakra patterns. The needles struck temporary paralysis points, not fatal locations. "This is extraction, not elimination." Naruto immediately recognized the truth in this assessment but faced another tactical decision, revealing suspicion would require explaining perceptive capability beyond normal genin level, potentially exposing his enhanced sensory abilities. "Something feels off about this," he murmured to Sasuke as the Hunter nin departed with Zabuza's body, carefully calibrating his observation to suggest intuition rather than certainty. "Hunter nin usually dispose of bodies on sight, don't they?" The question planted appropriate suspicion while maintaining his cover identity. Sasuke's eyes narrowed thoughtfully, his analytical mind processing this inconsistency while Kakashi collapsed from chakra exhaustion, shifting team priority from threat analysis to instructor support. As Team 7 continued toward Tazuna's home carrying their unconscious sensei, Naruto maintained vigilant perimeter awareness while processing the combat experience internally with the Bijou. The encounter had provided valuable implementation opportunity, demonstrating improved capabilities within plausible development parameters while establishing groundwork for further revelation. Your performance maintained appropriate balance, approved Gyuki. Enhanced capability demonstration without exposing unnatural development rate or Bijou connection. The Uchiha watches closely, cautioned Kurama. His Sharingan misses little, even in early development stage. Further combat will require increasingly careful calibration. This warning proved prescient as Team 7 settled into Tazuna's home and Kakashi regained consciousness, immediately identifying the same inconsistency Naruto had noted: Zabuza's survival and probable return within approximately 1 week. "We'll use this time to prepare," the Jonin announced from his recovery bed. "Starting tomorrow, you'll undergo specialized training to handle the rematch." The declaration created perfect opportunity for structured power progression, formal training justifying capability enhancement while providing cover for revealing techniques that would otherwise raise questions. Naruto recognized this opportunity immediately, developing internal strategy for appropriate skill demonstration during the coming sessions. That night, as his teammates slept, Naruto's consciousness entered the mindscape for consultation with the Bijou about upcoming training opportunities. Each contributed recommendations for techniques that could plausibly develop through Kakashi's instruction while actually drawing on their specialized knowledge. Tree climbing exercises typically precede water walking in conventional training progression, noted Isabu. Demonstrating rapid mastery would appear as natural talent rather than prior instruction, while enabling greater mobility during the inevitable rematch. Your shadow clone application already established foundation for enhanced learning rate, added Gyuki. This provides logical explanation for accelerated skill acquisition during limited training PRD. Through careful planning, Naruto developed comprehensive progression strategy, abilities to demonstrate immediately, capabilities to reveal gradually, and techniques to reserve for genuine emergency. This balanced approach would satisfy Kakashi's assessment while maintaining his cover identity despite increasing combat demands. When training began the following morning with chakra control exercises focusing specifically on tree climbing without hands, Naruto implemented his strategy perfectly. He demonstrated initial difficulty appropriate for his established skill level, followed by rapid improvement through shadow clone learning multiplication. The clones transfer experience when dispelled, he explained when Kakashi noted his accelerated progress. "I've been experimenting with it since discovering the technique." This explanation, truthful yet incomplete, satisfied their instructor while establishing justified learning enhancement for future skill development. Meanwhile, Sasuke's competitive nature drove his own accelerated improvement, creating natural progression comparison that reinforced team development narrative. By training's third day, Naruto had mastered tree climbing and progressed to water walking, demonstrating appropriate learning curve while incorporating subtle enhancements from Isabu's more sophisticated water interaction principles. Simultaneously, he conducted independent night training that would explain stamina development and technique refinement beyond supervised sessions. During one such solo training session, actually intensive mindscape work with simultaneous physical practice, Naruto encountered Haku gathering herbs in the forest. Though the hunter Nin maintained civilian disguise, Naruto's enhanced perception immediately identified their previous opponent. "Opportunity for information gathering without confrontation," advised Matatabi. "Engage without revealing recognition to assess psychological patterns and potential vulnerabilities." Following this guidance, Naruto initiated casual conversation while assisting with herb collection, projecting friendly ignorance while carefully analyzing every response for tactical insight. Their philosophical exchange about precious people and true strength revealed Haku's fundamental motivation: absolute devotion to Zabuza transcending personal identity or conventional morality. When a person has something precious to protect, That's when they become truly strong, Haku explained, revealing core psychological framework without recognizing its tactical significance. I understand that, Naruto replied, this response genuinely reflecting his evolving perspective rather than calculated positioning. His growing bonds with both Team 7 and the Bijou had created precious connections worth protecting, a transformation from isolation to interconnection that fundamentally changed his approach to power acquisition. As their interaction concluded, Haku departed with parting revelation of his gender and indirect acknowledgement of their previous encounter, subtle psychological manipulation designed to create emotional complication during their inevitable rematch. Interesting strategy, observed Yuki. Creating personal connection to generate hesitation during combat. Effective against conventional shinobi psychology. But less effective against someone with our perspective advantages, Naruto concluded, recognizing how his expanded consciousness provided emotional processing capabilities beyond normal human limitations. While acknowledging Haku's humanity wouldn't diminish his combat effectiveness, it would inform his approach, prioritizing incapacitation over elimination when tactically viable. The week of preparation passed quickly, Team 7's capabilities advancing significantly through intensive training. Sasuke mastered tree climbing and began water walking exercises, his Sharingan development accelerating technique acquisition. Sakura's perfect chakra control enabled medical technique introduction, her analytical mind adapting quickly to healing principles under Kakashi's guidance. Naruto's progression followed carefully calibrated revelation pattern demonstrating impressive but plausible advancement in chakra control, shadow clone application, and tactical analysis. His night training provided cover for technique refinement beyond supervised instruction, establishing groundwork for combat capability demonstration during the approaching confrontation. When the day of reckoning arrived, Kakashi fully recovered, Team 7's training completed, and intelligence confirming Zabuza's imminent attack on the bridge project, Naruto implemented final preparation strategy. He positioned shadow clones around Tazuna's house for security while the team escorted the bridge builder to his worksite, creating contingency protection that would prove fortuitous when Gato's mercenaries targeted the builder's family. As Team 7 approached the bridge, mist thickened ominously, signaling Zabuza's Kirigakure technique deployment. Naruto's enhanced senses detected multiple chakra signatures hidden within the vapor. Zabuza himself plus Haku, positioned strategically to separate their opponents. He's here, Naruto warned, careful to time his alert to match when normal sensory awareness would detect the threat. With his accomplice from before, Kakashi acknowledged with approving nod, interpreting Naruto's improved awareness as result of their training rather than bijou enhancement. Remember your positions. Priority is client protection above all else. The battle began with expected tactical approach, Zabuza engaging Kakashi directly while Haku targeted the Genin team with ice-based techniques previously concealed. When Sasuke stepped forward to counter this new threat, demonstrating significant skill advancement through Sharingan utilization, combat naturally separated into distinct engagement zones. This separation created perfect opportunity for Naruto's next planned power revelation. While Kakashi battled Zabuza within the thickest mist and Sasuke engaged Haku's ice mirror technique, Naruto implemented dual-purpose strategy, creating shadow clone protection for Tazuna with Sakura while the original moved to support Sasuke against overwhelming odds. When Naruto entered Haku's demonic ice mirror dome, he found Sasuke already struggling, multiple sunburn wounds reducing mobility, while incomplete Sharingan development proved insufficient against the Hunter Nin's exceptional speed. This scenario justified escalated response while maintaining appropriate Genin-level capability demonstration. 2 against 1 now, Naruto announced, positioning back-to-back with Sasuke to maximize defensive coverage. Let's break these mirrors. The collaboration represented significant relationship evolution, rivals now functioning as teammates, complementary skills creating synergy beyond individual capability. Naruto implemented shadow clone disruption patterns while Sasuke's fire techniques targeted ice structural integrity, conventional tactics enhanced by improved coordination. When these approaches proved insufficient against Haku's superior technique, Naruto escalated according to plan, revealing capabilities that would appear as adrenaline-induced talent emergence rather than pre-existing skill. Drawing on Matatabi's reflexive enhancement and Komiai's movement prediction patterns, he began intercepting Sunban mid-flight, an impressive feat explicable through combat pressure triggering latent potential. How are you tracking them? Sasuke demanded between defensive maneuvers, Sharingan struggling to follow Haku's movements between mirrors. I'm not sure, Naruto replied, the partial truth serving his cover narrative. I can feel where they're coming from somehow. Just instinct. This explanation, instinctive response under pressure, established plausible foundation for enhanced capability demonstration while maintaining his secret training narrative. Meanwhile, Sasuke's own development accelerated through combat stress, his Sharingan evolving to track increasingly complex movement patterns as battle intensity escalated. When Haku launched simultaneous attack from multiple mirrors, targeting both genin with potentially fatal precision, the situation justified Naruto's next planned revelation. Drawing on Saiken's molecular awareness, he detected attack trajectory with perfect accuracy, allowing precisely timed defensive movement that would normally exceed genin capability. In this moment of extremity, however, something unexpected occurred. Sasuke moved to intercept Sunban, targeting Naruto's vital points, placing himself in harm's way with conscious sacrifice. Needles pierced the Uchiha's body at multiple critical locations, dropping him to the ground in apparent death. Why? Naruto demanded, catching his falling teammate with genuine shock overriding tactical calculation. You hated me. Sasuke's response came weakly, blood trickling from his mouth as consciousness faded. My body moved on its own. Stupid. The sacrifice, unexpected, unplanned for in any tactical scenario, created emotional resonance that transcended strategic consideration. Naruto felt genuine grief and rage overwhelming calculated response patterns, creating perfect conditions for justified power manifestation beyond previously established parameters. Is this the first time you've seen a comrade fall in battle? Haku questioned from within his ice mirrors, voice carrying resignation rather than triumph. This is the way of shinobi. The statement, intended as psychological framework rather than provocation, ignited transformation beyond tactical planning. Chakra erupted from Naruto's body in visible manifestation, killing intent radiating outward as emotional response overrode cognitive control. Kit, your emotional state is disrupting chakra isolation, Kurama warned, sensing containment barriers weakening. Bijou energy leakage imminent if control isn't reasserted. The warning came too late, grief and rage creating perfect emotional catalyst for power manifestation beyond planned revelation. Red chakra swirled around Naruto's form, healing minor injuries instantly while enhancing physical capabilities beyond normal human limitations. I'm going to kill you. Naruto snarled, voice deepening as Kurama's influence leaked through weakened barriers. While this manifestation exceeded planned revelation parameters, it paradoxically reinforced his cover narrative. Observers would attribute the phenomenon to Ninetales' influence rather than broader Bijou connection. The timing created perfect explanation framework, emotional extremity triggering involuntary access to sealed power rather than controlled implementation of secret training. Haku recognized the danger immediately, launching desperate attack to neutralize this unexpected threat. Senbon needles that had previously required active defense now shattered against chakra-enhanced skin, physical laws seemingly suspended as Naruto's capabilities transcended normal limitations. The ice mirrors, previously impenetrable, cracked under impact as Naruto launched himself with unprecedented speed, fist connecting with Haku's masked face with force that shattered both disguise and technique simultaneously. The Hunternin crashed through dissolving ice, landing broken but alive some distance away. Impossible, Haku murmured, blood trickling from split lip as Naruto approached with predatory intent. No genin possesses such power. As Naruto prepared finishing strike, Haku's mask fragments fell away completely, revealing the face Naruto recognized from their forest encounter. This recognition created momentary hesitation, emotional connection interrupting combat momentum despite tactical considerations. From the forest, Naruto identified, red chakra flickering as emotional extremity gradually stabilized. Why are you doing this? The question human connection reasserting through combat dissociation allowed Haku opportunity for explanation. His story emerged in calm resignation, orphaned by bloodline purges, rescued by Zabuza, existence defined solely by usefulness to his master. I am his tool, Haku concluded with tragic simplicity. Without purpose to him, my life holds no meaning. You have defeated me, proving my worthlessness. Please, kill me. The request presented unexpected moral complexity, victory without resolution, combat without conclusion. Naruto's enhanced consciousness processed multiple perspectives simultaneously. Tactical analysis suggested eliminating potential future threat. Emotional response recognized shared loneliness and search for acknowledgement. Bijou collective wisdom offered historical context for Kiri's bloodline persecution. I understand loneliness, Naruto said finally, red chakra receding as controlled compassion replaced battle rage. But there are better answers than becoming someone else's tool. Before this philosophical exchange could reach conclusion, battlefield awareness detected shifting dynamics elsewhere. Kakashi preparing lightning blade technique against seemingly immobilized Zabuza. Haku's response came with instant clarity, duty reasserting as he moved to intercept deadly technique with his own body. I remain useful after all, the Hunter-nin whispered, disappearing in body flicker technique before Naruto could intervene. The subsequent chain of events unfolded with tragic inevitability, Haku intercepting Kakashi's attack with fatal consequences, Zabuza attempting to strike through his sacrifice tool, and battlefield dynamics shifting again with Gato's arrival alongside mercenary reinforcements. When Zabuza finally acknowledged Haku's humanity, tears falling as he recognized the boy as more than mere weapon, something resonated deeply within Naruto's expanded consciousness. The missing Nin's redemptive rampage against Gato and his mercenaries, fighting through grievous injury to reach the corrupt businessman, demonstrated transformation possible even after lifetime of dehumanization. He found his humanity at the end, Naruto observed quietly as Zabuza collapsed beside Haku's body, life fading as snow began falling on the bridge. In his own way, Kakashi acknowledged, visible eye reflecting complex understanding of shinobi existence. There are many paths to redemption. The battle's conclusion brought multiple resolution threads, Zabuza and Haku buried together overlooking the village they had inadvertently helped save, the bridge project continuing with renewed community support, and Team 7 processing their first truly life-altering mission experience. For Naruto specifically, the Land of Waves mission created perfect narrative framework for his evolving capabilities. The Nine Tails chakra manifestation established plausible explanation for enhanced abilities, while emotional extremity justified performance beyond normal parameters. Simultaneously, his calculated power demonstration before that point had established developmental trajectory that would enable further revelation without raising undue suspicion. As Team 7 prepared for departure, standing on the completed bridge that would now bear Naruto's name according to Tezuna's declaration, Sasuke approached his teammate with uncharacteristic directness. That power, the Uchiha began without preamble, dark eyes studying Naruto with heightened intensity. During the battle with Haku, what was it? The question represented perfect opportunity to reinforce Naruto's cover narrative, attributing enhanced capabilities to Nine Tails' influence rather than broader Bijou connection. I'm not sure, Naruto replied, partial truth serving strategic necessity. I thought you were dead and something just snapped. Next thing I knew, this red chakra was everywhere. Sasuke's expression revealed complex emotional processing, acknowledgement of Naruto's growth intertwined with competitive reassessment and genuine curiosity. Whatever it was impressive. The acknowledgement, unprecedented from the typically dismissive Uchiha, marked significant relationship evolution. Where once existed mere rivalry, something approaching mutual respect had begun forming foundation for potential future trust that might eventually accommodate full disclosure. As Team 7 departed Wave Country, crossing the bridge their efforts had made possible, Naruto reflected on the mission's multiple outcomes. Beyond tactical success and combat experience, fundamental transformation had occurred, power manifestation justifying capability revelation, while emotional connections deepened both with teammates and within himself. The Bijou Collective remained unusually contemplative following these events, each processing implications from their unique perspective. Kurama particularly maintained thoughtful silence, the Nine Tails reassessing his host's emotional development and its implications for their evolving relationship. "You mourn the Uchiha," the fox observed finally as Team 7 traveled homeward. "Genuine grief, not strategic consideration." "Of course," Naruto replied internally, surprised by the observation's significance to Kurama. "He's my teammate, my friend, even if he wouldn't admit it." The contemplative response carried complex meaning: acknowledgement of Naruto's capacity for connection beyond self-interest, reassessment of human emotional potential, perhaps even reconsideration of long-held assumptions about his host species. As Konoha's gates appeared on the horizon, Naruto sensed another threshold crossed in his developmental journey. The Land of Waves mission had created perfect conditions for initial power manifestation abilities revealed within plausible parameters while establishing foundation for future growth demonstration. More significantly, genuine bonds had formed through shared adversity with teammates who had witnessed his capabilities, with Bijou whose guidance had enabled his success, and with his own evolving identity as bridge between seemingly separate worlds. The transformation continued, power manifesting not merely in combat capability but in expanding consciousness and deepening connections. The butterfly was emerging from its chrysalis, wings still unfurling but increasingly ready for flight.